All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hope y'all had a lovely, lovely weekend. Lord Brown Bear, Tenwood, good to see you both. Let's just dive right back in. We've got more trolls to clear from the land. Hope y'all had a lovely, lovely weekend. Where were we? Right. Jubilost, if you'd be so kind. How do I engage stealth mode again?
Gaining the advantage is always smart.
Sneak your way up there.
You can thank me now.
I don't like that they all have that voice line for when they disarm traps.
All according to plan.
So I have the feeling we were supposed to aggro this man because I think he's the only one left here.
I will protect. I grant you death.
To victory!
That... No? There is... Ah, okay, so... Strange that that's there, but okay. There's kind of no point in doing anything. It's far better off to let it come to me. Valerie, move forward. Make sure that it gets aggroed on you. There they are. Yeah, they're trying. Dog. Thank you.
Repent.
Kick it in the shins.
This should do it.
Slice. Miri.
Tear them apart!
Thank you. Raccoon.
Cannot hide from me.
Jubilost, you've only got 4 bombs left, so hold off on that. Valerie, you can't do anything. The dog can't do anything. Hareem, I want to see what your damage is capable of, Hareem. Yeah, 13, 10, 8. Yeah, no, like his damage is solid. He's still getting, yeah, 1d10 plus 5 and an additional 1d6 whenever he deals more of that damage. That's fine by me. And acid splash. Oh, come on. Fine, come here. There you go. Oh, Bald Sentinel, just some basic shit.
In due time.
We are kind of at that point in the game where I don't have to talk as much because we're actually making progress on most of this. I just don't feel like I need to be shouting from the rooftops that the game is fucking me over because we've actually got redundancies built into our team now. Isn't that nice? At least for the most part. It will be nice when I can take the Troll Reaper off of Amiri and we're not having to rely on her to constantly have to kill everything. Or at least finish it off. What is this? Sundisk. Counterpoint. You're making progress because you aren't talking too much. Streamer curse. I see. Nagrundi. I don't even know what the name troll has anything to do with. Jubilost, why are you all the way back there?
Your eyes open.
Raccoon, go ahead and open fire on him.
Run. Who prevail? Does it matter?
Game. There we go. Ekun gets his full... Yeah, he gets a full attack. Alright, missed that one. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, just keep shooting. Hareem, you just... Yeah, we'll move you up slightly. Don't want you to deal with that. Amiri, just go ahead and... Oh, he has a lot of hit points. Okay. That is unfortunate. But obviously, this isn't a premium game. I mean, it runs well on his PC after all. Yeah, we saw the Randy Pritchford comment. Thank you for that, Tenwin. You know trolls and you know what combining trolls and kobolds means? Mean traps and mean fights. Not wrong. Not wrong. Me over here. Alright, Jubilost, keep. No, go ahead and engage the full hound. There we go. Hareem.
What a waste.
Wow. Good job, Hareem. Good hit, good hit. I don't suppose the dog could... Nope, did not knock him over, which means he's going to hit Amiri. Oh no, he's going after me. Okay. Dick.
I aim true.
Get on your frickin'... Yeah, die.
Let us strike as one!
You son of a bitch. Now I'm gonna kill your dog. No need to waste turns there. It can't get up. You don't need to do anything, and...
Bring it!
Okay. Huh, 108 experience for that Trollhound. So that was a tougher Trollhound. No, wait. Yeah. So wait, what did I get for the... The Troll was worth less than the Trollhound. That doesn't make sense. Been on a bit of a Lord of the Rings binge since yesterday. I wondered, is there any Lord of the Rings RPGs? And if not, why? Well, for the most part, there isn't really... There's not really... That's a good question. The closest I can think of is The Third Age from the PS2 era.
I am prepared.
So, any brilliant ideas?
And that was largely a... It used the same engine as Final Fantasy X. And you're literally playing almost like the B team. There's one I had for GameCube. It had Middle-earth in the title, but I don't remember much else. The turn-based combat game. Yes, a turn-based RPG combat game, technically. Oh, heavy shield +1. It's a shame I don't need that. Yeah, it was called Lord of the Rings. It was called Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. I don't think Middle-earth was ever in the title. But you basically play the B squad. You're constantly nipping at the heels of the Fellowship, cleaning up things to try and like make sure that nobody comes up behind them. And you do it kind of unintentionally. It can also lead to some interesting things because you get involved in the fight between Gandalf and the Balrog, which... Oh. You get involved in the fight with the Balrog, which has some very interesting repercussions. I have no recollection of what this does at all. And we can't get over there because the central chasm has been broken. So oh right, in order to get to the other side, you have to go down into the second level and then come back up. All right, well, let's do that. It mostly comes down to 99.9% of all Lord of the Rings media being directly tied into the books and movies. Yes, and to be fair, that is because of the way Christopher Tolkien, who was the head of the Tolkien estate at the time, was very careful about what he licensed. For example, to use a more recent example, you have to remember that Amazon owns the rights to... They don't... So they did Rings of Power. Don't get me started on Rings of Power, but they did that. They don't actually have the rights to the Silmarillion. They can't use material from the Silmarillion. They have to... They have access to some of Tolkien's notes that were licensed to them, which reference things in the Silmarillion, but they cannot actually use the things in the Silmarillion, which, if you know anything about that, that basically prevents them from doing anything set in the First or Second Ages, which is why it's baffling that they wanted to do a series set in the Second Age. Gah. It was co-op, letting you plug in a controller and each player is assigned a character to control turn-based. I never played in co-op, so I have no idea. Beyond the MMO, there's no real game set in the Middle-earth setting. True. Although, I will say this, I am a defender of Lord of the Rings Online. They have trudged along despite everything that's changed in the MMO market over the last 2 decades. Lord of the Rings Online has just continued trudging along as the, nope, we know people play us for the roleplay and for our slightly unique game mechanics, and we're just going to keep doing that. Oh, and the fact that we have made almost as close to a 1-to-1 of Middle-earth as we can. Like, wandering the fields of Rohan and then crossing the mountains into Gondor has a suitably epic feel in Lord of the Rings Online that you really don't get from much else. Played Lord of the Rings Online briefly. I could never commit to an MMO. That's understandable. I'm just saying I would kill for a KOTOR or SWTOR for Lord of the Rings. My main problem would be, what company would you trust it with? Because I can't think of one that I think could do Tolkien-style roleplay justice.
All according to plan.
I don't know. It's like Obsidian? I don't know. Even Obsidian, I'm not sure about. Like, even Chris Avallone, like, peak Obsidian, I would be concerned about. I just don't think they can. Like, it's not even a case of that they're bad. It's just that I don't think that it would quite work.
Will they ever learn?
God damn it, Jubilust. Old BioWare? It would have to be old BioWare. We're talking like Baldur's Gate 2 BioWare. Like, maybe Dragon Age Origins BioWare, maybe. But even then, I'm not sure people can really do it.
I grant you death.
Okay, these are actually tough kobolds. Oh, never mind. Fair, the Lord of the Rings vibe is hard to nail. Yeah, it's not necessarily even a lack of writing skill. It's just, there's just some things that don't work in Middle-earth. And unfortunately, there's too many writers nowadays who rely on those things that don't work in Middle-earth to sell their stuff. It just doesn't work. Peter Jackson could only do it once. Oh, absolutely. Though the Hobbit movies, I don't fully blame Jackson for those either. He was brought in late on a project he didn't want to do. He even told them he didn't want to do the Hobbits again. Or, you know, he didn't want to do Lord of the Rings again. They originally wanted to give it to Guillermo del Toro, and that might have been somewhat better. The first Hobbit movie was good. Yeah, the first Hobbit movie set up a solid foundation, but then they did not capitalize on it in the second and third. I can give you a great example of that. Which is, let me see if I can remember. They interviewed the guy who played Balin, the older dwarf, the guy who, the older, like, advisor dwarf. And the dwarf, all the people, all the actors who played the, let's be honest, background dwarven characters, you know, all the ones that weren't Thorin, Fili, or Kili, were invited to the premiere of the first movie. They were not invited to the premiere of the second or third. And that's the sad thing, because the main weakness of The Hobbit as a book is that aside from Thorin and Bilbo, there aren't really characters in the book. The other dwarves are quite literally just names on a sheet that have relation to Thorin, and that's it. So one of the main things that a movie has to do is make you feel for the other dwarves. The first movie does a really good job of that. The other two straight up do not. With the slight exception of Fili and his love interest, or is it Kili? I don't remember. The dwarf who gets in the love interest with the elf. They at least put a little bit of focus on him, but that had its own problems in regards to trying to just shoehorn a love story in.
Give the order.
We'll do it the hard way.
And how many of you fuckers are there? Is it just the two? Looks like it's just the two. Really can't charge that one? Oh, no, you can. There we go. Good shot.
A clever ploy.
He's not dead. I don't like that. Durin and Bomber in the book is focused on more. No, wait, it was Balin I was thinking of. Wait, what? No, Durin is the name of the dwarves, like, demigod founder who props up every few centuries. The line of Durin is the line that Thorin and his kin belong to. All right, dog finish that guy off, or not. Fine. There we go, and then we'll finish this guy.
Let's try this way.
There we go. Are we? Wait. Somebody else here? Why have we not exited combat yet? Why have we... That's weird. Why is it... Oh, okay. That was strange. Did not realize this man was being aggroed. Can we kill him, please? Oh, come on. He's on the ground. How did we miss? He has a breastplate. Dexterity bonus of +4. Alright, fine.
Nowhere to run.
Thank you.
As it should be.
Bomber mostly got negative stuff. Yep. Well, that's the interesting thing, because I think the best scene in all three of those movies from a character standpoint
In due time.
is... Oh, look, here is the rune of the Langabook plan. So hold on, we'll hold here for a second. The best scene in all three of those movies from a character standpoint, in my opinion, is when Bilbo's trying to leave at about the 2/3 mark of the first movie. And he's trying to sneak out of the cave, the goblin cave that they eventually end up falling into. And I think it's either Bomber or Bofer. I can't remember which one it is. He's one of the dwarves who's very obviously not a soldier, but he's with the company regardless because he believes in the mission. And they get into an argument about home and, you know, being homesick and all that. And there's just this amazing moment when Bilbo's actor goes on a tirade about, you know, oh, you're dwarves, you're used to not being home. You're used to not being anywhere for long. You're used to being on the road. And Bomber, the actor for again, it's either Bofer or Bomber, I can't remember, just does an amazing job just saying like, yeah, no, we don't belong anywhere. And it's like we needed moments like that for the entire group. Yeah, you mean beyond why does it hurt so much because it was real? Yeah. I'm not even saying you can't pull off a romance subplot because again, most of the background dwarves, the ones who weren't Thorin and the one who and who wasn't Balin, because we know Balin's history is he's the advisor to Thorin and then he goes off to try and retake Moria and dies. Like, there's nothing really for the rest of them. So yeah, go ahead, flesh them out, make them more interesting. I get it. But we needed more scenes like that. We needed more scenes where Bilbo actually interacts with them on a one-to-one basis and becomes really close with each of them in turn. That would really help sell it. Thorin, Balin, Bomber, a tiny bit for Fili and Kili. Those are the only dwarves in the books that had personalities. Yes. And that's it. Look at the rune of the Langerbuk clan. Their whole clan must have perished years ago. Now we know the place where the path ended. Let Grotus wrap them in his eternal emptiness. Which one was Gimli's dad? Or was it? He was one of them. That was Gloin. Gloin gets like one major scene when Legolas and them are capturing the dwarves. And Legolas looks at the locket that Gloin has around his neck and insults Gimli and Gloin's wife. That's the only scene that focuses on Gloin. That's it. That's all you get. He has lines throughout the movies, but they're usually in the background or he's yelling or something like that. Like, there's no other focus. None. Harim, which is really dumb considering you have the yes. Reaches his hand forward as if trying to touch the room, but the last moment he jerks his fingers away. Where their path ended, well, I don't see a mountain of skulls below the runes. Some historians have lost their diplomas for such rash conclusions and sweeping generalizations. What do you know about the clan? Harim nods with dignity, pulling at his beard again. Dwarves have long lives. When my father was still young, he saw the Langerbuk's exodus from the Five Kings Mountains. They were heading to the north. Whole city had gathered to watch them and wave goodbye. No one ever saw them again. Now I know what horrible fate befell their poor souls. For all we know, they left. You can't be so sure about death. He sighs with sadness. We know that they had left, and we know they had never returned to the dwarven kingdoms in the south. What do you imagine could happen to them? He shakes his head resignedly, his beard making a slight rustling sound while moving over his chest. No, Terendil, your hopes are empty, as are any hopes in this world, I might add. Then why does this rune shine? Dwarves mark the walls of their fortress and cave. They use their clan rune for this purpose. Usually they enchant it to spread light, so that all dwarves can proudly observe it even in the darkness. He examines the room one more time. Where is your pride now, O clan of Langerbuk? As far as I've heard, there is a big dwarven clan, the Langerbuk, in Druma. They sort of own a trade caravan business there. Hell, they even own a Sorin's rest stop, I've heard. So they didn't perish. What a shame. He lets out a discontented sigh. Anyway, every living creature is bound to die, he claims, but without as much certainty. Oh, and that just brings it up again. Okay.
That is not
But yeah,
far.
no, like, they needed to focus more on the dwarves, and unfortunately, we only really got that in the first movie. The second movie focused way too much, I think, on the elves, quite frankly. When, yes, the elves are important, they capture Thorin, they go through all that. It helps sell Thorin and the elvish king, Thranduil's, enmity towards one another for the mistakes of past generations. They do tie It is Thranduil, I believe. Yes, because Legolas's dad, Legolas, son of Thranduil, I believe. They do tie Thranduil to an interesting lore point which is there is another elf named Thranduil who is said to be one of the last survivors of an elven kingdom that was wiped out by the dwarves in the First Era. Now, Tolkien never explicitly says that that is Legolas's father, but there's been a lot of speculation over the years that it was intended to be. So having his enmity with the dwarves flare up again because the dwarves are acting like how they did in the First Era is a very nice touch.
In due time.
I have no idea what's in here. Ooh, light crossbow, shock light crossbow +1. That I think might actually be better for, hold on, what is that? 2, yeah, let's go ahead and add that in. That's better. If there was a studio that could theoretically match the writing quality, I would love the idea of going back in time a bit, probably Third Age, comfortable out of range of the movies and book, then allow you to play an RPG set in that setting. Maybe you can go as far as to allow you to play as orcs or Black Numenorian. Orcs would be a hard sell, but I could see a Black Numenorian from Umbar or something like that.
Fatal
Oh!
mistake.
Oh, hi. I'm gonna tear you to ribbons now, Mr. Mimic.
Calculated risk.
Akun, shoot it.
True.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Piece of shit. Where were we?
As it should
Personally, Tenwin, and this is what I think they should have done with Rings of Power as well. Stop setting it directly around Gondor and the rest of what we know of Middle-earth. You have the entirety of Harad and you have the entirety of Rune, where you could be doing interesting stories that don't directly conflict with the existing canon. Like, my first thought when I heard about Rings of Power was, for the love of God, have it be about the blue wizards trying to set up the systems to stop Sauron in the far south and the far east. Like, that's an easy sell, and it doesn't have to conflict with all the lore because Tolkien barely wrote anything about the blue wizards. But if they don't choose a recognizable setting, how will they draw in an audience? Because they're hacks. Nah, we've got to ruin Galadriel. Yeah, don't even get me started on that. I told you, do not get me started on Rings of Power. Do not get me started on Rings of Power. No, 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 no.
This is not the way it works.
You failed that. Yeah, because you needed a 9 and you rolled a 5. To be fair, that's... I left an item in there. Well, hold on. That's not allowed. I'm not allowed to leave loot. What the fuck?
Follow my lead.
There we go. Oh, Masterwork Short Sword. Thank you. I have to admit, just setting the name Lord of the Rings on the box would probably be enough to sell almost any audience. Yeah, that's kind of how Lord of the Rings Online got started. I mean, technically, given Lord Brownbear's point about, and I know Lord Brownbear, you're being sarcastic, but still, Lord of the Rings Online got its start with a region of, it was North Eriador. The only recognizable areas were Rivendell and Bree, and that's it. And yet Lord of the Rings Online managed to build from that because they actually, you know, paid attention to shit and did their jobs properly. They turned Angmar into a believable place, at least, you know, by MMO standards at the very least. Oh, we need a key for that. Okay, so we can't go any further that way.
As it should.
Back this way, now that we haven't... I don't suppose you'd let me unlockpick it from this side. No, no, you won't. Fuck you. How far are we? A long ways, 14,000. We're probably not going to be leveled up by the time we're out of here. I wonder... Hold on. No, it's a competency bonus, and he already has high competency bonuses, so... Oh, hello, trap.
You can thank me now.
Thank you. Oh, trolls. And...
God.
Give me...
Grant you death.
Nope.
Let's finish them quick.
You missed. Critical miss, even. Okay, we at least did damage. What have we got here? 2 regular trolls, 3 regular trolls, and a boomsayer. I think a fireball is in order. It's not going to do anything to the branded troll, but... There we go. Cobalt down. Good damage on the trolls. Move up. Kareem, move up. Jubilos, give me an acid bomb. You're not going to be able to do that, so just move up. Miri, hold position. Valerie, move up. Block the rest of the passageway. Yep, there we go. Trolls. Ekun. Go for him.
Hide from me.
Thank you. Good shots, good shots. Going after Valerie. Yup. Let's go with Corrosive Touch on you. Get fucked. And the dog. And down he goes. Now I gotta have Galadriel in a semi-romantic relationship with Sauron because we 100% romance drama. Yeah, you know, Galadriel, who was already married for close to 1,000 years by this point in the story. Oh, wait.
Become as dust.
Punch him. Give me an acid bomb on him. Get fucked. Miri. I would actually want you to delay past the other troll's turn. Valerie, you move up, stab him. There we go. Then he should head right for Valerie. There we go. And did manage to hit her, which is annoying, but okay. Then we go for you. Good hit. And then Ekun, finish him off. We can't have a girl boss be in a functional relationship. Yeah, no, of course not.
This will hurt.
Good. Slice into his stomach. Dog, head over here. There we go. Down he goes.
Repent.
And you missed. You critically missed the guy lying on the floor.
Primitives.
You managed to fuck all of that up.
Let us strike as one.
Thank you.
In due time.
All right. Anything special? Nope. Not even masterwork of weapons or anything. Oh well. What's that? Another symbol of Torag. Also, what about those scale mail armors that are essentially just t-shirts with a pattern on? Did you know that each of these episodes was more expensive than an individual Lord of the Rings movie? Yeah, don't. Now, don't. I told you, Tawa, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I am already well aware of the abject stupidity. Also, that's a lot of spiders. That's a lot of
You
spiders.
require my assistance?
I know what to do.
That's a lot of spiders. Yeah, shoot the shaman.
I aim true.
That was nowhere near much damage as I was hoping. Kareem, do you have any ranged spells now that I think about it? No, you really don't. Well, that's kind of useless. Let's move you up here. Amiri, you don't have anything either. I could have you sneak around on the edge there, but that would probably be a bad idea. Cubelost, give me one of your fire bombs. Go ahead and throw it there. There we go. 3 of them down. Ekun, please take care of the shaman. There we go. Money laundering, I bet? Yeah, I would not even be... Like, people make jokes about that when it comes to Hollywood, but I would not be surprised in the slightest. At all. Nope, just hold off. Hold off. Give me magic missiles. Yep, he's gonna come to us. Skitter, scatter, skitter, scatter, skitter, scatter. Nope, you failed. Mary. Thank you. Now, nobody move. Jubilos, take care of that trap.
Child's
we go.
play.
That is not far.
Cleared that out. It's amazing how a single episode could cost as much as each individual movie, but be way shorter, have less content, and still somehow look worse than a movie that is almost 20 years old. Yep. Yep, that's putting it mildly.
Child's play.
Oh. Chainmail, medium armor. Chainmail plus 2. Is that better than what? Vodafone. Where's it at? Its max dexterity is way lower, but that's because it's not mithril. Armor check penalty is a -4, so that's really useless. But I will admit, it looks badass because it actually looks a bit like Lorica Hamata, like the actual Roman-style chainmail. Shame that it's absolute garbage in terms of stats.
In due time.
But yeah, no, like, if you wanted to pitch to me that somebody used Rings of Power to just siphon off literally hundreds of millions of dollars from Jeff Bezos, because they just wanted to get money from Jeff Bezos. I'd believe it. I would believe it. I would unironically believe it. Because that's the sad thing is that from what I've heard, Jeff Bezos is very disappointed with what he got out of Rings of Power. He's supposed to be a Lord of the Rings fan, so I can imagine if that's actually somewhat true, he's probably not very happy. What would you rank the Middle-earth setting as? Is it high fantasy, but the magic at the same time is not very bombastic? Or is it very subtle and more spiritual? It is absolutely very subtle and more spiritual.
As it should be.
Like, it's hard to describe because of the way Tolkien did use his quote-unquote magic system. Because it is a little bit more like certain acts of faith and belief are magic itself within the universe. But at the same time, the Silmarillion explicitly says that there are magics in Lord of the Rings, or in the world of Middle-earth. They're just very rare. Again, Tolkien scholars have debated this kind of shit for literally decades.
I'm open to your orders.
All right. What exactly are all... There's got to be more than just you two. Go for the troll.
Cannot hide from me.
We will prevail.
And you missed. I was about to say, you rolled a 1 out of that. God damn it. Was the Witch King in the mouth of Sauron magic users? Users? No, as far as I'm aware. The Witch King was just a mortal man who was given the power of a wraith. The wraiths have Sauron's black magic built into them. They have to. It's literally what allows them to function on the material world without just disappearing. But in terms of actual magic themselves, no. I mean, that's where it gets weird. Like, the Witch King has an aura of, like, despair and fear. But is that him, or is that the nature of the fact that he's a wraith? Then, again, I'm not as well qualified to speak on this.
Will they ever learn?
I would say. Mary, just come over here. And then
Your
Hareem.
life ebbs low.
I'll finish this guy off, tear him apart.
This way.
Can't wait to get my acid damage on my claw so I don't have to worry about shit like this anymore. Well, you can't really do anything. Yeah, he heals a little bit, not that it matters. Remember the detail that the mouth of Sauron's mouth was extremely twisted and mutated due to speaking Sauron's will or something. Would that count as magic? No, it's technically because of the corruptive nature of the black speech. So the dark language of Mordor is quite literally a physical embodiment of corruption. Or not physical, but it's a linguistic embodiment of corruption. It's why when Gandalf speaks it in Rivendell, because Rivendell is a place of purity, the very ground and air seem to shake and grow dark. It's that evil of a thing.
This should do it.
Oh, well, that's not going to do anything. I have to wait for Mary's turn to come back around. Yeah, he's not getting up. He's not getting up.
Tear them apart!
Thank you.
In due time.
Didn't the same thing happen in the shower when he translated the ring? No, because he didn't actually speak the dark speech there, if I recall. He translated, he read it, but he didn't read it aloud, so he didn't speak any of it. He just read the translation that he knew. It was in Rivendell. I don't know if that even happened in the books. It just only happened in the movie, where he actually speaks the dark speech. And you can see the camera gets darker. Gandalf's voice alone sounds more sinister. Because if I recall correctly, it's meant to be a corruption of, like, Elvish or something, if I recall. One of the Elvish tongues. I don't remember exactly. Whoa, you kobold, this troll loot. 2 huge trolls overhang the group of kobolds. They're pressing their huge fists against their hips and seem irritated. When you right-click on an enemy in turn-based mode, you switch between standard attack action and full attack. Oh, really? I mean, I've never really bothered with that, but okay. The kobolds, however, don't seem to be in any way disturbed by the threat the trolls radiate. They rummage busily through the piles of stuff littering the floor. Looks like this is the stockpile the trolls had brought back from a recent raid on the neighboring villages. Among the stockpiled items, you can see some filthy rags, a broken table, a door which had been torn off its hinges, and a massive oak bureau. Tartuk spoils allows. Argulka see loot first, share later, trollbald rule. Kobolds look in the troll's eyes emotionlessly for several seconds, then turn away, having lost interest in the conversation. There's so much lore and world building in Lord of the Rings, but it's so hard to find without reading the Silmarillion, and that is not easy. No, that's true. That is... Trust me, Tenwin, as somebody who read the Lord of the Rings and went, wow, I want to know more, and then got my parents to go buy the Silmarillion book, and then immediately had no fucking clue what was going on. Yeah, no, I know that exact feeling. That's because the Lord of the Rings is a novel. The Silmarillion is a combination fantasy history book and fantasy biblical text. Oh. We did. For a moment, the troll, it seems the troll will hit the kobold and smash them with a single blow of its huge fist. But the seconds pass and the troll still stands motionlessly over the kobolds who seem to ignore him completely. Arguka will know. Arguka and Tartuk punish you. Me tell them. The troll announces at last, stomping its feet in dignity. Also, it is very hard to spell. Yeah. It's hard to say if the kobold understands the meaning of these claims, but all the enraged troll's shouting has had absolutely no effect on them. Having the bureau open, the kobold fishes out a long black whip, raising it above his head and hissing triumphantly. Well, we need to get involved in that then, because that means that is the whip we've been tracking. Game. There we go.
According to plan.
There we go.
Time's not waiting.
Oh, that's why we saved a fireball. Alright, most of the kobolds got taken care of, and we did decent damage to the trolls.
True.
Valerie, get in there. Is it just the three of them? Yes, it is. Dog, I would really appreciate if you'd knock him over. Thank you. Kareem, you're gonna go help over there. The whip is just a nobleman's plaything. If I recall, it's Bartholomew's plaything. Like, that's... He explicitly sent us here for it. Find the wizard's whip. Like, yeah, Bartholomew was the one who sent us for that. Also, somehow this sniper dodged all the damage that we did, and I don't appreciate that. Go away.
A fine use of my
You managed to miss. God damn it, people. Oh, the troll actually got up. Shit. Hit him again. There we go. Despite the reduced action and surprise round, you can still charge. Yes, I have done that. Like, I just did it with the dog, and I just did it with Amir. I am well aware.
Onwards!
Stab him, make sure he doesn't get back up. Hareem, you're kind of useless. Acid Splash. Can we please hit it? Hey. Why is combat not over? Why is combat not over? Oh dear. Why is combat not over? What? Oh, wait, what?
A clever ploy.
There we go. That's
Cannot
annoying.
hide from me.
There we go. I completely missed that he was back there. Huh. Eggman is kinky. I mean, given what we know about him, I don't think Bartholomew gives a shit one way or the other. A black leather whip with an engraved handle is surprisingly light and easy to hold. There's something sinister about it. Honestly, if I'm just gonna speculate, Bartholomew's constant aversion to pain, but his ownership of many items that seem designed to self-inflict pain, I think he was abused as a child, and he just associates pain with people basically having power over him. So he doesn't allow anyone to inflict pain because he sees that as a failing on his part. Why can I not loot you? Why can I not? No,
I am yours
no.
to command.
Back
That
up.
is not far.
Back up. There we go. Give me that. The troll treasury reminds you of a city dump. Broken tables, smashed cupboards, doors ripped from their hinges, all taken from nearby villages.
In due time.
Alright, so that area is clear. I don't think we missed anything. I am thinking we should probably rest here shortly, because I'm almost out of spells, and Jubilos really needs to restock on bombs. If I recall, if you romance Reg or Aki, you use that whip intimately. Yes, because if you bring Octavia on this mission, she explicitly asks you to not take the whip back to the wizard and let her keep it. Which is partially why I don't bring her. Hello, Commandant's Journal, second half. Hold on, let me drink. The tome has no beginning and most pages are missing. It's a high-quality parchment, is stained, so you can barely read it. Serenith, 44.99. Rosslyn is in flames. The barbarians brought some dragons along. Instead of traders, we are getting crowds of hungry, tattered, wounded refugees moving along the Shield Road. Thanks to us, they can at least be safe from the bandits, but it can't go on like this any longer. All three clans are utterly bankrupt. We're still here only because no one wants to lose face and leave first. If you could make a character in the Middle Earth set RPG, what kind of character would you make? Either good or evil? I honestly don't know. I play a high elf in Lord of the Rings Online when I occasionally have the time to do so, because I like the idea. I like how they did the high elf introduction, which is you don't go through the millennia of the slow, like, decline of the elves. You are basically put into a magical coma and wake up in the Third Age. So I like the idea of, like, a high elf who went to sleep at the peak of elven civilization and is like, well, fuck it. I know I'm gonna have to leave Middle Earth eventually, but unlike my kin, I'm still raring and ready to go. So I'm gonna get out there and actually make a difference. It would be nice to see an elf that is not just morose, because let's be very honest, the elves in Tolkien are meant to be morose, and if you've read the Silmarillion, you know exactly fucking why. Your character in a nutshell, what the hell did you guys do? Well, it was a little bit of that at first, and then they do still do a good job where one of the first quests of your character's prologue is getting ready to board the gray ships and leave Middle Earth. And then your character's just like, well, wait a second, I've been asleep this whole time. Like, sure, I'm less than what I was before, but I have so much to do and so much to see and so much that I still want to help with. And your character just eventually goes, nah, fuck it, I'm not getting on the boat. I am doing a horrible disservice to Standing Stone, the original Standing Stone games and the later Turbine's writing of the issue, because I cannot emulate Tolkien nor any serious conversation of those kind of things ever, but you know what I mean. Erotus 44.99. Oh, what are you throwing at me? The fuck is that? What in the hell is that? Oh, it's a meatball, literally. Erotus 44.99. News arrives from the Silver Shield fortresses. The Waradashes are leaving. Everyone curses them, but everyone's also secretly grateful. They've covered themselves in shame, but that'll let the others keep face. So I'm trying to look bold and claim the Skeggies and Langabuks alone will manage without them, but everyone knows this is empty bravado. This is the end of the Shield Road. Taraush 44.99. We're gathering our possessions and getting ready to seal the fortress for a long, long time, for centuries, even a millennia, until the day our descendants will come back here to claim what belongs to them. We must leave a lot behind. Well, at least we can properly use all these secret rooms. It's sad to leave the searing palm. There is no second furnace like this in the whole of the kingdoms. It wouldn't be a shame to offer Torag himself to work with it. So many enchanted arrows, swords, axes we created in this furnace. So many trolls eliminated by that enchanted burning steel. Alas, we cannot take the furnace with us. We can only hope some trespassers won't find it. And even if they do, they won't be able to get inside. We'll also have to leave behind the treasure hidden in the place near the watchtower. It can only be opened by representatives of all three clans working together when they unite their keys. The Waradashes already took theirs with them when they left. Well, they had every right to do so. The last secret room was sealed by old Oles, master of the complex mechanisms. He didn't even tell me how the machinery worked, just smirked like a madman and mumbled something about the sun that meets guests of the keep and the moon that faces the sky furnace. Lamachan 44.99. We're ready to leave. The fortress, which has been guarded by 3 generations of our ancestors for over 300 years. We're walking back the road paved by our great-grandfathers, the road we dedicated our lives to. The Shield Road has become the road of shame for us. Not everyone succumbed to disgrace. A few young desperados calling themselves the Last Shields took their own oath to defend the road until their last breath. They are the ones who harbor the very spirit of the dwarves King Talric had striven to restore. They are the best among us. Too bad they will most likely die alone in the wilderness. Young Wark is among them. He declined blank to leave his post at the watchtower. I left Langabuk's key to him. We hardly have anyone more worthy to keep it. The old Gaujan Skeg stays with him, claiming he would better die as an old stubbornhead than as a coward. I have nothing to answer this. We have let our king and our ancestors down. Farewell, Bronze Shield. Sleep well and dream of the day when the dwarves return.
Follow my lead.
Classic. The dwarves are an ever-dwindling, or slowly dwindling race that cannot seem to escape their fate. A dwarven chest key. I don't think we've had any chests we've had problems opening. Okay, so more combat down this way.
In due time.
Branded troll, trollhound. Okay, Ekon, go ahead and open fire on the branded troll.
To victory!
Lots of trollhounds. Oh, fuck, that's a lot of trollhounds. Okay, okay.
Primitives.
Let's put as much damage as we can on that branded troll, though. Miri, you go after the trollhound. I'm gonna need you to try and trip him. There we go. And then Valerie, move up. I'm gonna go help with that. Can I charge you? No, it still doesn't work for me. See, that doesn't make any sense because that is a charge. That is a completely straight line, but you tell me I can't charge.
Calculated risk.
Never understood that. Kareem, head this way. Alright, Ekun. How much health does he still have? He's still got half damage. Yep, keep firing. There we go. He's not getting up. Oh, they're going after Amiri. We probably should rest after this encounter, so go ahead and acid bomb and get rid of him. Are they all gonna head after? Yeah, they're all heading after Amiri. God damn it. Oh, that's a lot of you bastards. Alright. You're heavily injured. I can take you. Slice that one, and she should be able to attack. There we go. Dog. There we go. That one's turn is next. Going after Valerie. No chance in hell. Valerie, go ahead and stab that one. There we go. Where are you going? Nope. Heavily injured.
This will hurt.
There we go. Fortunately. Oh, where are you going? Okay, I mean.
Become as dust.
No! It did that stupid thing where it's like, oh, I'll use a 5-foot step and then attack, but the 5-foot step's not enough for some reason because the game is stupid. Whatever. Shoot him.
Grant you death.
Did I misunderstand why the elves are fading and leaving? In what way, Ten, when you didn't make any comment about that? You made the comment above, like, what the hell did you guys do? Like, no, because, so, here's the thing. When you play as a high elf, as a proper high elf in Lord of the Rings Online, your tutorial starts with the Siege of Barad-dûr. It has your character engaging in the last battles of the Second Age. You then get attacked by the, ring wraiths and put essentially into a magical coma. So you go to sleep at the peak of the Elvish-Human Alliance, and you wake up literally a year or so before the events of Fellowship of the Ring. Give me that acid bomb. Let's go ahead and throw it on you. There we go. That's 2 of them down, and we're going to need to rest because now we're out of acid. Amiri. Yeah, go after that one. No, not that shit. Why did you make a 5-foot step? I did not tell you to take a 5-foot step. Fine, just kill that thing. Did this message... Wait, what message? I just saw the one about the Black Numenorians. Hold on. Okay, yeah, the Black Numenorian message the first time around, I'm looking at the Twitch chat now rather than the multi-chat. It did not go through on the multi-chat. It only went through on the Twitch chat. So hold on. Let me read. Just curious, are the Black Numenorians also fading, or are they tied to the same limits as the elves? No, the Black Numenorians are Numenorians for one thing, and mankind does not fade. At least not in the same way. As the Numenorian blood becomes thinner, they lose the advantages that they used to have, which was mainly long life. Because the first generation of Numenorians lived for something like 400 to 500 years.
Let us strike at one.
As the Elvish, because they were founded by a half-elf, you have to remember. Elrond's brother, Eldra? No. Elrond's brother, Elrohir, that was it. Or Eldan. No, is Elrond? Yes, Elrond and Elrohir. Elrond chose as a half-elf to remain elf, and he thus became a full-blooded half-elf. His brother Elrohir, by contrast, chose to become the first king of Numenor. I can't remember. I can't remember what his human name was. He took a different name when he became the when he became king of Numenor. Tarminyatur, I think what it was. Regardless, the ancient Numenorians did have elvish blood in some of them. They were also just straight up blessed. So they were made up of humans who had fought alongside the elves in the First Age, and thus were blessed by the light of the oh, I can't remember their names. The archangel equivalents of the Tolkien universe. I can't remember what they're called. The Valar, that was it. Not how genetics works, but I guess it's magic. Yes, it straight up is, because half-elves were not supposed to exist. It's basically said in the Silmarillion, half-elves were not supposed to exist. They weren't supposed to happen. They were an like, at least by the Valar. It's another case where Eru Iluvatar, the god of creation, knew it was going to happen, but he didn't tell the Valar, so the Valar had no plan for what a half-elf was supposed to be. What do you think of this emote? Looks creepy. Who's it from? I don't know who that is. But in the end of the Second Age, to prevent additional problems, the Valar basically gave the option to Elrond. Coconuts. Oh, I've heard of her. I've heard of her. She shows up occasionally on Beetle's stream and stuff like that.
You can thank me now.
But, where was I?
You see that?
Oh, more traps. God damn it. The basic idea is that Elrond and Elrohir were not supposed to happen, but they did. They're half-elves. They're...
That is not far.
Because of the problem, quote unquote, that they were giving to the Valar basically decided to cut the knot, so to speak, and would either turn them into full mortals or full elves. And again, Elrond chose to become a high elf, Elrohir chose to become fully mortal. But because he had done that, and because Elrohir had led humans to fight alongside the elves against the forces of Morgoth, the Valar still blessed them, the first Númenóreans, with long life. But that blessing faded over time, especially as the Númenóreans became less and less noble. Like, here's another thing. Like, I know some people want to talk about, like, oh, well, we need minority representation in Lord of the Rings. Okay, you can do that. In fact, there's a great storyline you could do. The later Númenórean Empire was brutally colonialist to the people of Harad and Rhûn. Like, not even, we're talking like early Spanish conquistador levels of colonialism. Total enslavement, total brutality, purposely wiping out any group that tried to fight against them. Like, you want to do a story about that? You can. That's where the Black Númenóreans came from. The first Númenóreans who arrived in Middle-earth were pretty decent, but as more waves of colonists arrived, they started to horribly abuse the local, the middlemen of Middle-earth, as they were called, the regular humans. Like, you want to do a story about that? It still works perfectly well. It's also why millennia later, the men of Rhûn and Harad still hold a grudge against the Gondorians. Sauron purposely plays up the racial animosity in order to turn Rhûn and Harad against Gondor. Like, it's not even uncommon. So hold on, we cannot hunt, we cannot cook, which makes no sense. Cooking does, the fact that you can't cook makes no fucking sense, but okay. I can assist with the watch because I have the sustenance bonus. What do you do? Gloomy mood and love of solitude mystically reduces the party's chance of attacking monsters and enemies. The chance of attack decreases for every guard shift that begins during the night. Oh, good. That's nice. Nobody else can really help with any of that, so we'll just set it up for camouflage, cooking, and we should be good. Was that ever explained, or is it just magic fading in general, or is it something else that causes the elves to fade and leave? It is both, technically. Okay, so this is where we get back into the Silmarillion thing for a bit.
You're strange, harem. Dwarves are usually fun. They like to bottle, they like to play and shout, but you just mumble all the time.
I am called strange by a barbarian who gets into every fight she can and doesn't believe.
At least it's finally not a conversation with Tristan. Because he's not here.
Amazing.
There we go. Camouflaged, everybody rests. We're good to go. So the best way I can describe it is, firstly,
as it should be.
Not all elves fully... well, the fading is slightly different. So the two main groups of elves in Middle-earth are the High Elves and the Wood Elves. The Noldor and the Sylvan Elves. The Sylvan Elves never went to the Valar, or never went to Valinor. They stayed in Middle-earth back in the First Age. Their fading is because magic is slowly draining from the world. It is slowly becoming the world of men. The great mystic and mysterious places of the world are no longer holding the magic that they used to. For the Sylvan Elves, it is the final ending of their time in Middle-earth. They want to go to Valinor once that magic has faded enough. This is, funnily enough, you don't actually see many Sylvan Elves. They make up the bulk of the Elvish army, but you don't actually have any Sylvan Elf characters. Legolas, for example, he and his father are the royalty of the Sylvan Elves, but they themselves are High Elves. Many of the Noldor became essentially the ruling class of the Sylvan Elves when they came back from Valinor to Middle-earth to fight against Morgoth. And one of the few Sylvan Elf kingdoms back in the First Age was from a Sylvan Elf ruler who fell in love with a Maiar, basically an angel, and she took on a mortal form, sort of like Gandalf does, where he's in a Maiar, but he's taken a mortal form. And they lived together as king and queen of a Sylvan realm. That was the last time a Sylvan Elf was actually in charge of a kingdom of Sylvan Elves. Most of the time, the Sylvan Elves swear fealty to the Noldor.
Far.
The Noldor are different because the Noldor are affected by the curse of Feanor. The kinslaying. They are intensely melancholic. They have they essentially have culture-wide, ethnic-wide PTSD of what their ancestors did, and it slowly drives them towards either greater acts of desperation, which is what Celebrimbor did to try and create the rings. He was desperate to regain the magic of the First Age. Or it drives them almost into a just depression, which is why most of them eventually just ended up leaving. After the Second Age, the exodus of the elves began with the first elves building the gray ships in the gray harbors, and the first Noldor beginning to leave Middle-earth. So it's a combination of factors. That's why the three rings were so important to the elves initially. So when Sauron was assisting Celebrimbor in the forging of the rings, the three elvish rings. So each of the rings is implied to have a different property to it in terms of magic. But the thing that is commonly shared is that they all preserve things. Like they all give long life and preserve whoever's wearing them. The elvish rings, because they were never touched by Sauron, they were only ever worked on by Celebrimbor in secret and given to the elves before Sauron could influence them. The elvish rings are the greatest example of this. They preserve not only the elves' mood, essentially, it keeps those who wear them more closely.
That is not far.
It keeps them more closely mentally aligned with their old selves before the Curse of Feanor, but it also preserves the magic of their realms. This is why Rivendell and Lothlorien are still so magical places, because the power of the rings is physically keeping these places more magical. This is also why the elves initially wanted the rings. The Noldor wanted to preserve what they had made, and that's how Celebrimbor got tricked by Sauron to make them. Okay, the ad's playing right now. I need to go refill my water. We'll continue this conversation when I get back. The Valar could not fathom miscegenation. The Valar didn't know it was possible, if I recall, Lord Brownbear. They just assumed Eru Ilúvatar after all because remember, the Valar are basically archangels. They are totally convinced of Eru Ilúvatar's infallibility, which canonically, Eru Ilúvatar is infallible, is omniscient, is omnipresent, like he is the classical monotheistic god.
All according to plan.
The Valar did not think it was possible, because they assumed that Eru Ilúvatar would not allow it to happen, but he did. Because Eru Ilúvatar always knows that everything's gonna... We're getting into Tolkien's spiritual/religious side, and I know even less about that than I probably should. You have to remember, the man was a deeply religious person, and he did try to square up writing a fantasy universe that is technically supposed to be ancient history of Earth, and how that worked with his Catholic faith. Like it, or Christian, I don't remember which denomination he was. Regardless, that's not the point. Where was I in regards to the other thing? So that was why Sauron's attempt to trick them to use the rings was so effective, because the elves did want to preserve what they had. it's also what kind of saved them in the end, because Galadriel is still incredibly powerful. They could have shown that better in Rings of Power, because she's not a girl boss. What she is perhaps the foremost magical user in all of Middle-earth.
In due time.
And her magic is natural. She doesn't cast spells. Like, this isn't D&D. Galadriel quite literally sings things into existence. She is able to, I don't know, the best way to put it is she's quite literally able to tap into the power of creation, because that is what music is in Lord of the Rings. Also, yeah, multi-chat is being weird because I did not see Lord Brownbear's coffee or... Yeah, I've got your gamer subs message in the multi-chat, but not your I'm gonna go get a coffee message. Okay, so multi-chat's being weird. Multi-chat's being very weird. Side of gamer subs not going anywhere. But, yeah, I don't know what is up with multi-chat. It's not registering sometimes. That's weird. Is there another... Oh, there is another door over here. Then hold off. Hold off. We'll go through that door in a second. Also make sure... Yep, pause.
Becoming distracted leads to becoming dismembered.
Speaking of which... Yeah, actually go ahead. I'm gonna throw on shield. And I'm gonna throw on Bone Fist. There we go.
In due time.
But I don't know how well of a job I'm doing on explaining this, Tenwin. I'm trying.
Look.
But as I said, it's been a long time since I read either the Silmarillion or Lord of the Rings.
Child's play. That is not far.
And the fact that the multi-chat is... Oh. A kobold shaman clad in long flowing robes swaggers back and forth before the gathered trolls and kobolds. His posture is proud, strict, and imbued with dignity.
Borba words, listen closely and speak after. Speak.
The kobold student echoes shrilly, then snorts in what might be a laugh. The shaman stares at their student for a while, hissing wordlessly, and then turning to the others.
Glub, eat.
Glub, eat.
Eats. Borba, meat. Meats.
Borba, meat. The shaman turns to you, turns and sees you. His eyes go wide, he points his finger at you.
Der Borba, kill meats.
Kill meats. So now you know what Borba means. Yep. I mean, I'm not exactly surprised. Oh, good. These aren't branded trolls. There we go. That makes things so much easier. And why it means non-troll to them. Yep. Oh god, this whole hallway is a pain in the ass, isn't it? So dog that way. Kareem, please get the fuck out of the way. Miri, please get the fuck out of the way. Jubilos, please get the fuck out of the way. Akun. There we go. Alright. No reason for me. Hold on. I'm just going to delay my turn. Valerie, I want you to move up slightly. Back with food. Also, what did happen with the rings? Galadriel has one. Elrond has one. Who has the third? What happened to the 7 dwarven rings and what was their purpose? So, the third is currently, as of the time of Lord of the Rings, is owned by Gandalf. When he arrived in Middle-earth, it was given to him by Círdan the Shipwright, one of the other high elven lords, who was given a ring by Celebrimbor. Basically, he greeted the Maiar when they arrived, that being the wizards, Radagast the Brown, Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, and the Blue Wizards. He greeted each of them as they arrived in Middle-earth. But Gandalf was the only one that he felt was worthy of holding onto the ring. So if I recall correctly, that is why in the scene with the Balrog Tenwin, when he says, "I am a servant of the secret fire," what he means is quite literally, I wield the hidden ring of fire, because that is each of the elven rings was based on an element. Elrond's is the ring of water, Círdan's ring was the ring of fire, and Galadriel's was the ring of adamant, which was diamond, basically, earth. Hers was the most powerful of the 3, supposedly, at least in terms of the ability to utilize and preserve elvish magics.
What a waste.
And that's precisely because it was adamant. It was the power of, you know, diamond. Oh, there's another troll down there. I don't like that. Amiri, go kill him. I was really hoping you'd do more damage than that, but that's fine.
Will they ever learn?
Why does he have so much health?
Cannot hide from me.
There we go. Thank you for the help there, Ekun. Alright, he's down, but not dead.
Do not falter.
Valerie, go over here, shank him. Get shanked. Oh, really? Nope, down you go. Give me acid splash. There we go. You can't do anything. Amiri. Thank you. Okay, and what was the rest? Who had the third? That was Kirdan. What happens to the 7 Dwarven Rings? So, the 7 Dwarven Rings were given to the 7 Dwarven clans. Unfortunately, they did not have the effect that, Sauron was hoping. So, remember, the Elvish Rings, never touched by Sauron. He could sense their presence, but other than that, he had no real ability to do anything with them. He did want them, though, because they were incredibly powerful. The 7 Dwarven Rings, he wanted to use to subvert the dwarves in much the same way as the 9 Rings of Men would. However, it turns out dwarves are very different than both men and elves, and Sauron had not had much talking or time with dwarves. So instead of turning them towards his cause, Headband of Inspired Wisdom, thank you, it more just amplified their negative traits, so they became more insular, they became more greedy, but they also became more defensive, which was a problem for Sauron because it meant that their fortresses were pretty much impossible to touch. Okay, so the sun marker needs to be on the lightning bolt symbol, and the moon marker needs to be on the fish symbol. Trolls have not been conned to these strange statues, their properties are unknown. Okay.
That is not far.
So the sun is on a lightning bolt, and the moon is on a fish. Just keep that in mind. So that is what led to sort of the insulation of the dwarves. They became ever more isolated, but they became ever more defensive. And that, again, that was a problem for Sauron because he had no way of really rooting them out. Then he got insanely lucky. The dwarves of Moria, the largest, most powerful of all the clans, the greatest city in all of Middle-earth, accidentally uncovered a Balrog. Sauron didn't know it was there. They didn't know it was there. Nobody knew it was there. It had literally been buried since the First Age. Nobody had any goddamn clue that a Balrog, of all things, was sitting underneath Moria. So the greatest and most powerful of the dwarven clans pretty much gets wiped out overnight. The Balrog was just unstoppable. You're literally dealing with a... Remember that a Balrog is a Maiar. It is a corrupted Maiar. It is a corrupted angel, basically. It is a proper demon. Dealing with Satan's servant, basically. Remember, Morgoth is more the satanic equivalent. Defensive, is that why we never see dwarven women? No, you passed 3 on your way here. Yeah, that was another thing that Tolkien never bothered to really address, if I recall correctly. Although that I could be wrong on. Oh, that means, hold on, we need to go check that. We need to go check that platform that was above us and make sure it's on the right symbol before we keep going. But again, so 2 things happened that helped Sauron out with that, which was 1, Moria was overrun. 2, the last remaining dragons of the world started to get really interested in the fact that the dwarves were accumulating such vast quantities of resources. Okay, yes, so that is not the right symbol. That is not the right symbol. There we go. The sun should be pointing at the lightning bolt. There we go. Making sure I'm not missing any messages. No, the multi-chat appears to be working now. Okay, good. The dragons and dwarves got into a series of conflicts during the late Second Age and going into the Third Age that eventually resulted in some of the larger dwarven holds being permanently damaged and many of the most, I think it's 4 of the 7 dwarven rings were consumed by dragon fire because it's the only other fire that can harm the rings. 2 of the rings were retrieved. And then the last one was on the line of Thorin. So Thorin's father still had... Father or grandfather, I can't remember. Still had their clan's ring. One of the original 7 was still owned by them until the mountain fell to Smaug. And then his father was captured in Dol Guldur, I'm pretty sure, in Mirkwood. And there Sauron retrieved it. So of the 7, he got 3 of them. And 4 others were consumed by fire. Or it might be the other way around. It might be he got 4 of them and 3 of them were consumed by fire. Regardless, he never got all of them. He tried offering those rings to the remaining dwarven clans later, and most of the dwarves told him to pound dirt. So he shifted strategies. He started working with the men of Rune and pitting the men of Rune against the dwarves. Are there any dwarven holds left? Yes, you have the Lonely Mountain. You have their holdouts in the Blue Mountains, which are to the far west of Middle-earth on the very coastline. You have a few scattered dwarven settlements in the northern edges of the Misty Mountains. You have the Iron Hills, which is an area to the east of the Lonely Mountain of Erebor. And then there are supposed to be 3 dwarven clans far to the east. I think they were called the Red Iron Dwarves or the Red Dwarves because they lived in a land where the iron was so plentiful that the soil was red. So 4 clans of dwarves are in Middle-earth proper. I do not remember their names. You have Thorin's clan, which is the actual Longbeards. They're Durin's folk. And then 3 of the other clans live in a combination of the Misty Mountains, the Iron Hills, and the Blue Mountains. Then the other 3 great dwarven clans are not even on the map. They were vaguely alluded to by Tolkien. They live very, very far away, far to the east in the land of Rune. It's implied that a good chunk of Rune's army was tied up besieging the dwarven holds to keep them from sending any help to their relatives in the west. And that also tied down runic forces from going west to assist in the war against Gondor as well.
Done with waiting.
I didn't expect to have to give a Lord of the Rings history lesson today, but I'm doing all right, I'm pretty sure.
Nowhere to
Go ahead and start up the fight here. I need to remember to pause because I think I just blew through most of my buff time because I wasn't paused in the game. That's annoying. And give me... You can't do anything. Amiri, can you charge that kobold? Thank you. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. And can I please get a acid splash on this guy? There we go.
All according to plan.
That's the other thing as well, is that one of the things that Tolkien very much told and didn't show because he never got around to writing about these regions was that the Blue Wizards were actually shockingly effective in the lands of Rune and Harad. The various groups that the Blue Wizards worked with continued to harass Sauron's supporters in those regions and kept both Rune and Harad from sending the bulk of their forces to assist in the war on Gondor. What is mentioned in the books is that while for example, the men of the Easterlings, the men of Rune, did send an elite force to assist in the siege of Minas Tirith, they could only spare about, I think it was like 6,000 men.
That is not far.
And that the vast majority of their forces were tied up far to the east dealing with essentially an internal civil war between those who wanted to follow Sauron's advice for a revenge on the Gondorians and those who basically said, no, they're not the Númenóreans of our ancient past. We're not going to have anything to do with this. Sauron is manipulating you, and they refused to have any part in the war. The same thing was happening to the far south in Umbar and the lands of the Haradrim. Oh, hi. What's up, guys? Don't suppose we could just get some acid on you. That'd be great. That did almost nothing in terms of damage. That's unfortunate. Miri, I'm gonna need you to... Thank you. That's at least one we got rid of. And then, dog, how would you like to... I would really appreciate it if you knocked him over. Thank you. Alright, so he's gonna waste his turn getting up. He gets attacked again. He does get to... Nope, nope, the dog got to trip him a second time. Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Become as dust.
Get punched. Alright, what's the kobold doing? Going for the dog? That's fine. Give me that acid bomb. Set it right on the kobold sentinel. There we go. Valerie, I need you to go over here and block him. Thank you. Yep. Oh, come on. A nat 20 on the very first roll. Did 8 parts of the Moria clan survive, or was all of them wiped out? They did evacuate. They did evacuate. Many thousands of tens of thousands of dwarves escaped Moria, but it was still a fraction of their population. Moria was the center of dwarven life, pretty much. The only place that was of equal importance was Gundabad. Gundabad was the sacred mountain at the very tip of the Misty Mountains, the very northern edge. That was where all of the forefathers of the dwarves awoke when their species first came into existence.
This should do it.
All right, Ekun, I need you to engage him.
Good, you dead.
Amiri. Oh, we got this. There we go. Dog. There we go. Down we go. Just need to deal with this guy. Oh, he's going to try and stand up and immediately get blasted right back down. Jubilost. No, don't waste a bomb. Don't waste a bomb. I'll deal with it. Or do you mean, were there any holdouts in Moria itself? Like, there were, like, Moria was abandoned fully before the return of Balin. Oh, hi. What the fuck are you doing here? Hey, random singular kobold. Go away. Oh. But, for example, Thorin, his entire family. So, Erebor was not originally a dwarven hold. The dwarves of Erebor are the dwarves of Moria. When they left Moria, when they evacuated Moria, they went to Erebor. What was the moon one? It was the fish? Yes. So fish, and then the one over here should still be... Yes, it's still on that. I have no idea where we actually go to finish that, though. I assume Balin had no idea what was in Moria. None of them did. They knew that there was something called Durin's Bay. Because that was the dwarf's name for... that was the dwarf's name for the Balrog, was Durin's Bay. But they didn't know exactly what it was. And to be fair, they never saw it. The dwarfist expedition to Moria from Balin never saw it. They were overwhelmed by goblins. The Balrog was never even seen by them. They did not realize just how many goblins were in there. Because you have to remember the scale of Moria. If I recall correctly from the extended writings and the journals, Tolkien described a city that on the shortest route, from the gate on one side to the gate on the other, from the gate that the Fellowship used to the actual exit gate that was across the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, at good speed, when the city was at its height, took 3 days to walk from one side of the city to the other. Moria was on a scale nothing else in Middle-earth had even come close to. Like, it only takes you a few hours to get from the very bottom of Minas Tirith to the very tip-top of it. How did the goblins end up in Moria? I mean, I get the Balrog cleaned it out, but where did the goblins come from? The goblins have always been underground. The dwarves have always had to deal with goblin incursions coming in from either above or below ground. Once the city was actually cleared out, it just... nature abhors a vacuum. Also, I see you, bot. Get the fuck out. Get banned. Alright, moving on. What exactly are you? An odd kobold sits in front of the wall. His scales, snout, and especially hands are covered with something akin to a blend of tar and what appears to be a rancid, mud-colored filth. Occasionally, the kobold plunges his hand into the clay pot nestled next to him, grabs a handful of this paint, and slowly begins smearing it on the walls. Judging by the odor, I can tell exactly what the main ingredients in this paint is. The unintelligible smears gradually dissolve into the crude drawing of a huge kobold striking a heroic pose. There are many stellar figures surrounding him, but you can't tell who they might be. The kobold continues with his strokes and doesn't seem to have noticed you, or perhaps he's just too lost in his work. Oh yes, what is this? Fine art as performed by kobolds. Valerie wrinkles her nose in disgust. In the Order of Shellin, I was taught that all art is precious. But what would my mentor say were they to see this? Ugh. Watch the kobold. The kobold continues in a strange state that seems to be somewhere between deep meditation and a trance. He raises his paint-smeared hand to the wall, makes a small and deliberate stroke, then steps back to examine his creation as a whole. Well, too bad. All of them die.
A fine use of my talents. Tear them apart!
Oh, I forgot to charge.
Stay behind me.
There we go. A dirty paintbrush. A dirty, well-used paintbrush. It seems to belong to a dedicated yet untidy artist. One less kobold to ever have to deal with. In pure theoretical, could dwarves defeat a Balrog with any level of prep reinforcement? Theoretically, yes. The dwarves used to have, in the first stage, a very capable military that was taking down dragons on a regular basis. The various spawn of that had been created by Morgoth as the first dragons. They basically created full plate mithril. So I want you to think about how difficult it is to punch through mithril chain, and then realize that the dwarves used to have an entire legion of dragon hunters clad in mithril plate. That could have potentially taken that on, but the dwarves have not possessed that much mithril since the first stage. That was partially why Moria was such a big deal. It was one of the very first places the dwarves had found mithril, and it kept producing mithril throughout their history. Most of the other early veins of mithril were used up rapidly in the first stage, and then never fully compensated. Like, they never really found enough to make up for that. But yes, theoretically he could have. They could have. Oh, if this is what I think it is. The Devourer of Metal, yes. Deals plus 2d6 damage and an additional 2d6 acid damage. Oh, it's such a good weapon. I remember I'm pretty sure I used this on Ekun for most of my playthrough last time without ever changing it. It's so goddamn good. It does so much fucking damage. 4d6 right off the gate for its damage rolls.
All according to plan.
You mentioned war between dwarves and dragons. Smaug is the only dragon we see, and I have memory of there being dragons who are even larger. Doesn't that mean the dwarves have a pretty gnarly kill list? Yes, they did. Admittedly, Smaug was sort of an aberration. He was the largest and most powerful of his age. Most of the other dragons the dwarves dealt with after the first age were nowhere near as powerful as him. Hence why they didn't need full legions of soldiers in full mithril plate mail. They were using things like the windlass, the giant crossbows that you see used by the men of Dale. They had similar contraptions for dealing with smaller dragons. That was why Smaug was such a wake-up call. The fact that a dragon had managed to get to that size was a massive problem for everybody. Nobody expected it. So where is the treasure in here? I don't remember if it is or not. Ah, it is. There we go.
Far.
So that is a suit of full plate and 2,000 gold. So that is a full plate plus 2. Can only be equipped by good characters. Ha! Well, that's not happening. Grants its wearer a plus 2 enhancement bonus to wisdom and charisma and a plus 4 sacred bonus on saving throws against compulsion effects and poison. If equipped by a paladin, it gives her the ability to use Smite Evil 2 more times per day. Well, unfortunately, we don't have any good aligned characters who use heavy armor. The only closest we have is Valerie, and she's lawful neutral. Yeah, no, this is getting sold, most likely. That sucks.
In due time.
What would even be required to kill a Balrog? Because his giant crossbows wound one? I'm unsure where a Balrog ranks on the tier scale. Again, they are fallen angels. They are quite literally demons. In the classical biblical sense, they are fallen angels. Though, this is where Tolkien was never big on combat. I mean, big shocker. The guy who lived through World War I didn't want to describe, you know, battles and combat between people. I mean, if you go into Lord of the Rings and you go to, like, the battles of Minas Tirith and the battles of Helm Deep, Tolkien is very vague. He's intentionally vague. Because most of the time when an author's trying to be vague, their writing suffers. Tolkien is still as grandiose and descriptive as ever, but it's very obvious he's very uncomfortable talking about battle. Which, again, not surprising. He lived through World War I, and he was writing The Lord of the Rings while his son was fighting in World War II. Like, if anyone's going to be uncomfortable, it's going to be him. Let's just go ahead and delay our turn, because we got 2 of these guys to deal with. I need them... Oh, 3 of these guys. I need them to come in and try to attack Valerie. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me see here. We're going to go with Corrosive Touch. That one's going to go next, though. There we go, 24 damage on him. Send the dog in. Knock him over. Good. Ekun, I would really appreciate it. Oh my god, look at that damage. 24, 21, 21. Oh, fuck you, troll. Fuck you.
Repent.
And then Amiri.
Go down!
There we go. Took him down. Fair, but I'm just imagining what the dwarves could have done to maybe hold back the Balrog in theory. Not in the caves. It wasn't going to happen in that environment. I think one of the more respectable bits about Shadow of War was that I'm assuming you meant Balrog, is a major issue, and the superhuman undead man possessed by a wraith teaming up with a spirit representing nature itself set out to seal the Balrog because beating it wasn't a realistic goal. Yes, that's probably the best indicator of it. How did you? Fucker, critical miss bullshit. Oh, going straight for Valerie still. Okay.
Let us strike as one.
Stab, stab. Yeah, it's gonna attack her again. There we go. Nice try. All right, let's go with
a calculated risk.
There we go. Look at that. 18, 18, 19. Nice. I'm also 90% certain the Lord of the Rings Conquest, you either summon or play as the Balrog. Yeah, I'm not even gonna entertain discussions of that. Oh, come on. Another critical miss.
I aim true.
There we go. And it's acid damage now, so now Ekun can finish them off too. Oh, that's glorious.
Your life ebbs low.
Look at that. Good job, Harim. Oh, God. We're hitting them on twos with almost everything, and we keep missing. There we go. Valerie's the only person. No, even Valerie's hitting on twos. Good lord. There we go. Give me all that.
Is not far.
In Battle for Middle-earth, can the Mordor and Goblin factions so on? Yes. In Battle for Middle-earth, I think it's the highest level ability. The highest level ability for the good side is to summon the Army of the Dead, and the highest level ability for evil is to summon the Balrog. I'm pretty sure this is the final boss area over here, so I'm just gonna dip over here real fast. Oh, we need a key. I thought we could get over there. I guess not. All right, that means it's buffing time.
Mistakes.
Shield. Mirror image. Bone fists. Blade tutor. Come on, cast it. Fly on myself. And enlarge. Mary, you don't need anything. Give me a blessed weapon. Blade tutor.
I will protect.
Ekun, give yourself aspect of the falcon. Give yourself cat's grace.
What manner of country
Jubilos.
is this? Where is the lavish dining, the festivals? Place barely merits a footnote in my compendium.
Honestly, what is that? +2 morale checks on attack roll saves and skill checks. Ekun is still our best damage dealer, so go ahead and give him that. There we go. What else do you have? Harim. Give me a bless. Give yourself... Single weapon is an aspire instrument. Your weapon gains a +2 sacred bonus on damage rolls, and if the weapon scores a critical hit, the target of that critical hit becomes shaken. Give that to Ekun. There we go. Prayer is a +1 luck bonus. We're just going to go ahead and cast that. There we go. And then lastly, go ahead and give me protection from evil. There we go. Everybody's buffed up. It did save, right? No, it did not. F5. There we go.
In due time.
Let's go before any of this wears off. Okay, so I do know we want to kill Hargulka first because we need to get some dialogue out of Tartuk.
As it should be.
Before the... Yep, there we go.
Barba! You managed to get here. Good. Now Hargulka will tear you apart with his own hands.
Hargulka turns from the anvil, and on his chest is a brightly glowing new brand mark.
Stop, courageous and strong Hargulka. I wish to ask.
Tartuk puts aside the iron rod he just used to finish branding the troll.
Say me, why are you slaying us? What did we to you? Why take troll and kobold lives in their own home?
My barony is for civilized races only. Your kind of murderers and not welcome here. I see you haven't taught your pet to heal, Tartuk. Serves you right. These trolls may be strong, but the village dog has more obedience and sense than they do. The troll's eyes become bloodshot. He slowly turns toward Tartuk, who takes a cautious step aside.
Listen to him, fearless and wise Argulka. He's trying to trick you, anger you. I was always your ally.
Yeah, just listen to that kobold ally. When did kobolds become your equals? Surely no troll would be a kobold's dog, Argulka. Even I know that. Argulka glares at you, his eyes bulging in anger, and a moment later a deep growl rises from his chest and seems to shake the walls around you. The enormous troll turns and takes a step towards the kobolds.
Lies! Humans are trying to set us against each other. Can't you see
I think I might have just gotten Tartuk killed, and I didn't actually mean to do that. The kobold's rat suddenly falters and his eyes go wide.
Stupid troll! I kill you!
Oh, yeah, this might have been a... Oh, so that does... Wait, what is happening?
Next, Borba.
Is this gonna be a cutscene death, or is this gonna be a... Oh. That's annoying.
Step back!
I mean, there was a lawful evil option otherwise, so I think I'm actually gonna take that. But that was hilarious to see, because I didn't even know you could do that. Get fucked, Tartuk. But no, we need the other lawful evil option, because I need to kill Argulka first. As hilarious as it is that you can turn them against one another as a lawful evil character, I do love that. Don't worry, we still get lawful evil options. There we go. Barony is for civilized races only. Your kind of murderers and not welcome here. Argulka takes a deep breath, his chest rattling, and then spits on the floor.
Because trolls and kobolds are unlike him. That's what all Borba do.
Yeah, now that I know that Borba means evil, means meat, you can shut up with that.
Trolls and kobolds cannot establish a kingdom while...
So I know the default kobold stat block says lawful evil, but...
Death! They're Borba!
Argulka pounds his club on the stone floor. Fire burns in the kobold's eyes, bright with his horse skull helmet. Alright, how high did he roll in the initiative check? Decently high, unfortunately. There's also these random kobold sentinels who are just standing here and apparently doing nothing, but okay. Really? Is that not? Okay, whatever. I would really like it if you could knock him over. Well, let's do something stupid. That did not work. Nope, he has a CMD of 35. Well, the dog's about to go down then. Ow, ow, ow. 5 attacks? Holy shit. Okay. Give me an acid bomb on Argulka. There we go. Oh, I should have turned on his fast bombs. I forgot to do that. Oh, he's casting haste. That's unfortunate. Well, we need to... We've barely done any damage to him. We need to deal with that. Okay, that's a start. That's a start. Harim. Actually, Harim, hold on. Ally gains a morale bonus on weapons equal to half your level. Throw that on Ekun, please. Thank you. And then move up. Ekun, I have given you like every single fucking buff I possibly could.
I grant you death.
Oh, that's good. Even with the damage reduction. Holy shit. There we go, Ekun. Oh, that's what I was looking for. All right, Valerie, I need you to threaten Tartuk, please. I don't actually need you to fight him. I just need you to take his attention. Amiri, rage.
Tear them apart!
Good damage. We've almost got him down. Unfortunately, the dog is he's down. And then Amiri's gonna get absolutely fucking hit. Ow, ow, ow. All right, turn back on your fast bombs. Give me acid bombs. Throw. There we go. And, oh wow, yeah, he's dead. I thought he got a second round where he fully heals himself, but apparently not. I was about to say, please tell me Valerie didn't fuck up that save. All right, get in here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Get fucked, Tartuk. And he got tripped by my bite attack. All right, everybody. Jojo stomp this man while he is on the ground. Do you think that realistically the dwarves could retake Moria after Durin's Bane's defeat? They did. Canonically in the 4th Age, they did.
Cannot hide from me.
Oh, because he's lying on the ground, so he gets a whole bunch of fucking... After Hargolka's death, the kobold spell weakens as though he's lost his concentration. His attacks stop, and he simply defends himself. Finally, he drops his hands in the middle of casting a spell, letting it dissipate.
Useless. Senseless. You are victorious. I surrender.
His breathing so heavily that it's hard to make out his coarse hisses. I am asking you for the last time. Who are you? For I remember well the gnome Tartuccio, who assumed the appearance of the kobold Tartuk, and I remember clearly how I killed him. How I killed you.
This is strange. I remember and I don't remember. My head is a hall of doors, and almost all are closed. Sometimes I remember something, but then emptiness.
Listen, I know who I was and how I died.
Oh, it's his original voice.
Something happened.
Power. A great power. It brought me back to life.
But not the way I was before. My return was not a gift, but a curse. I became the one I pretended to be. Kobold Tartuk, not gnome Tartuccio. And I started to forget who I was, how I lived. Sometimes I have pictures in my head. I thought they were visions, until I met you, my executioner. But I must say, I don't know who did this to me. I don't know what will happen. But I was happy. Tartuccio called everyone fools, because he knew he was one too. A funny, luckless fellow. But as Tartuk, I was different. I became a leader. I commanded respect. I created Trobold to show everyone what I can do. I can change the world, do something important. But now it is over. You will not spare me.
So if Moria is as massive as you described, was the Fellowship encountering the Balrog just a random stroke of luck, or did the ring or Gandalf cause the Balrog to be attracted to them? I believe it was a combination of the ring and Gandalf, yes. Also all the noise they made. The Balrog is... The goblins do not serve the Balrog so much as they avoid him to avoid being incinerated. The Balrog basically got annoyed that they were making so much noise, combined with the fact that it could kind of sense Gandalf and the ring, and it decided to go after them. I gotta move into student housing. Good luck with that, Lord Brown Bear. Hopefully it's not too arduous. I know moving into a dorm can be a pain in the ass. What about your spy mission for Pitax, Tartuk?
Pitax, strong country, ravenous king. He wants more power. Yes, I remember. I served him. The king said, there's some ancient artifact in the stolen lands. Find it and send to me. And I did. I found it in the Sycamore Hall and sent it to the king. Then fought against you and died.
You weren't too eager to show us mercy. Why should I show any mercy to you? Tartuk squats tiredly and looks morose. The rugs that serve him for clothes are tattered, though the holes you can see bleeding scratches on the purple hide. For the moment, Tartuk looks like a severely beaten dog, his masters having banished him from the coziness of the home into the pouring rain.
Kobolds didn't wish war. I didn't wish war. It's all Troll's fault. I sought to suppress their wish to kill humans, but they wouldn't listen.
He shakes his head and his horse skull helmet shifts askew. Tartuk slowly sets it right, then throws a glance towards Hargulka's remains. You cannot simply blame the trolls. You were their leader, the leader of these kobolds. You brought them here. You branded the trolls. You convinced them of their false immortality.
I don't accuse anyone. It was me who found this place, rekindled this ancient forge, sensed its magic. I started to brand trolls to shield them from fire. It was my mistake as much as trolls.
Don't forget, you also tried to steal my cart, arsehole! Damn it! Even his hiss is contagious.
I wasn't trying to assault. I just asked you to give us some clothes. We shouldn't attack.
Yeah, but you failed miserably on all counts with that.
Let's cut his head off and call it a day. Attempting assaults on famous cartographers should be punished severely.
No, no, no. We're getting information out of him, Jubilos. Then we'll kill him. Why did the kobolds join forces with the trolls in the first place?
You cannot understand. Kobolds are small. Everyone tries to banish them, strike them, slay them. No one respects them. Same things I suffered in the past. I just wanted respect for kobolds. Trolls were listening to kobolds. For the first time since the dawn of this world, kobolds were treated with respect.
The kobold falls silent and stares at dead Hargulka for a moment. Was it really respect? Because I think the trolls were just using it for their own ends. Like, they weren't even smart enough to consider the word respect or really to manipulate you. You were just giving them what they want, and the second you even thought about withholding that, Hargulka was going to kill you.
Wouldn't understand.
You will die a second time, Tartuk. But I must ask, before you breathe your last, how does it feel to be responsible for the deaths of every single one of those who followed you? Those who once saw you as their leader, and not some miserable jester.
Let's put an end to this madness. Peace will be restored, with iron and blood, since circumstances require this.
I shall answer, but you won't like my answer. Come closer. I've stored some spells, especially for you. Since I am to die, I shall take you with me.
That's what I like to hear. Give me one last fight before I tear your throat out. Ekun, shoot this man. Damn. His AC is actually quite high. But it doesn't matter.
In due time.
Rotus awaits us.
Mareem, if you'd be so kind as to heal the dog. Thank you. And Jubilos, you also have some basic healing spells, do you not? Yeah, dog needs to get. That's better. That'll last us enough. And then
Oh, sorry. Was lost in thought.
healing Miri. There we go. Much better.
That is not
Alright,
far.
what did they drop? Let me see here. Hargulka, Scroll of Cure Light Wounds, Citrine, Copper Ring, Iron Dwarven Key, Heavy Mace, the Mallet of Woe. +3 Heavy Mace deals 2d6 damage and grants its will the continuous effect of Freedom of Movement spell. And the Belt of Physical Might +4. Very nice. Ring of Luck, Ring of Protection +2, Basic Shortbow, another Iron Dwarven Key, some gems, and a headband of alluring charisma. So, the belt needs to go on a Miri. He has the Belt of Physical Might +2. This is now Belt of Physical Might +4. And then I will be taking the headband of alluring charisma +4. Thank you very much.
As it should be.
Trolls rarely use flags. Their leader must be a genius for his race. We have a Braces of Armor +3, an Iron Dwarven Key, and Soot Blackened Tongs. Does anybody need a bracers of armor +3? Harim. That gets him up to a natural AC of 26. Nice. The troll leader fancies himself a true king. He even made himself a throne. More gems.
In due time.
Nope, it's the same description there. Wait. Am I seriously not able to... Hold on. Let's see. We have the ring. Or no, we need... Hold on. We need to investigate this. I forgot Harim's quest here involves this. An ancient anvil. Could I still work it? Harim can't believe his own eyes as he reaches towards the anvil and touches it with care. Fiery sparks flit dangerously close to his beard. It is beautiful. The dwarf smiles happily. You see, even this anvil is still operational. What do you say now, Harim? He pats the anvil gently without any fear of the heat. Once I dreamed of working with a furnace like this. I gave oaths to Torag that I would craft him 100 suits of armor, that my hammer would be tireless. Oh, that was so long ago. He averts his gaze from the fire and turns towards you. The very existence of this anvil is miraculous and unnatural. So much suffering and sorrow surrounds us, and yet there's hope. Harim shakes his beard in negation. If put it on, you would gain great power, but it would also eventually turn to evil. You got the one ring. I mean, we didn't pick up any ring. We picked up a ring of luck, but that was about it. This shouldn't be like this. This is wrong. Harim turns around and glares at the anvil with hate in his eyes. His hands clench into fist. Grotus, grant me strength. I will restore righteousness. The dwarf deals a strong blow with his fist to the anvil's base. The light grows dim for a moment, and a dull rumble starts at the base of the anvil, the sound growing steadily louder and finally filling the whole of the room with a deafening roar. You could swear you heard the mad laughter of Grotus in this roaring, or maybe Harim's own laughter. The anvil trembles and suddenly falls apart, as if trying to catch up in time with the rest of the fortress in its state of ruin. I don't want to upset you, my friend, but you're an idiot. That was awesome. When did you learn to break cast iron with your bare hands? That's fucking strong. Why did you destroy the anvil? Does Grotus encourage destruction now? I thought you told me that Grotus does not destroy. He merely waits until the end comes to the world. How can you constantly doubt the overwhelming might of Grotus? His face grows red with anger. His eyes bulge and almost seem to push out of their sockets. How can you denounce him every time you get the chance? Blasphemer! Filled with rage, he raises his hand as if to hit you, but at the last minute he turns away and smacks the base of the broken anvil instead. After several moments, Harim comes to his senses. Forgive me, Terendil. Sometimes I still forget how difficult it is to follow the path of Grotus. I must not be angry at the unbelievers. I must persuade them to make their own choice to follow the one true God. You aren't a blasphemer, as you aren't a follower of the Grotus faith. I mean, it still technically works. If you speak against a specific religion, they can still conceive of you as a blasphemer. Harim's second blow shatters the remnants of the anvil, but among the shards, something catches both of yours attention. An odd red stone of magical origins. It radiates heat and glitters with every shade of flame. The priest picks up the glimmering jewel from the floor and looks at it suspiciously. He nearly throws the gem against the wall, but something makes him hesitate, the red reflections dancing on his face. As far as I know, you're required to be a follower to blaspheme. You can be a heretic, however. It's a couple of different... I don't remember the exact specifics of how those words play out. Plus, I've been playing 40k for too long. Heretic is just a natural... Heretic is just a neutral fucking insult for anything religious. What is it? I don't know, but I can feel Torag's touch upon it. Maybe those who created the anvil put it inside, or... No. Nonsense, that cannot be. Jewels don't appear from out of nowhere, but then metal isn't broken with one's bare hands. I do not know, Terendil. I do not know. Give it here. He hands you the jewel. Do as you wish with it. Sell it, throw it away, keep it as a memento. If it is Torag's parting gift, I have no need of it. Still find it absolutely hilarious that in the beginning, in The Hobbit, the ring was just a curious trinket, but then as he wrote Lord of the Rings, he decided to retcon it into the One Ring. Well, do remember, The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were not initially meant to be in the same universe. The Hobbit was literally a children's tale that Tolkien wrote for his kids. It was only later decided that it was the prequel to Lord of the Rings. Harim wipes the tears from his eyes. I shouldn't have come here. What did I expect to find besides decay, dust, and ash? Forgive me, Terendil. Thank you for honoring my request and bringing me here, but now I wish to be alone. There we go. That's Harim's quest here done. The Hobbit is more of a children's story, of course. Songs, talking spiders, and so on. Exactly. That's the whole point. There we go. I don't know if there's anything else really down here. There's definitely more stuff in here. Some more gold and jewels.
Child's play.
Go. That leads back towards the main entrance.
That is not far.
And that leads outside, which I do not want to do just yet. There's still stuff to explore down here. That is unlocked now. This leads back over here.
As it should be.
Oh god, I had to mute the mic there for a second because I sneezed really hard. Ooh. So that goes outside. We need to get back over here because we need to open this door. And I swear to god, if the game does not... One of those keys we picked up has to allow us to unlock it, right? Wait, why? No, that door's blocked. That door's blocked, right? I swear we move faster when I have the map open like this. There we go. Yes, we did find the key for this. And now we can explore that last final section that was between the two sides of the upper level. Yes, here we go. I do think that there's some enemies still over here. The trolls vented their anger against dwarves on their creations. Yes.
Follow my lead.
Yep, there's a couple of surviving trolls here. If you guys want to close in on me, I'm fine with that.
Calculated risk.
Get sliced. Lost. Go ahead with acid bomb on you. There we go. Good damage. Valerie, stabby stab. Is that a regular troll? Yep. Oh, he's going for Harim.
Your life ebbs
Get
low.
punched. I'm just imagining Harim kicking the troll over and over in the shin until it falls over. There we go. Troll down with the acid damage. He's gonna come for me, isn't he? Oh no, he's going for the dog. Ekun, shoot him.
I aim true.
Get fucked. God, I love him with that bow. Nope, no standing up for you, and give me acid splash. There we go. Some of the last survivors.
You can thank me now.
Hey, a dwarven Ugrosh.
That is not far.
Oh god, how many you fuckers are there? Is this where you're gonna make your last stand, I take it?
Keep your eyes
Ekun,
open.
shoot that troll. Oh my god, look at that. 70 plus damage on a single attack. Then he gets another 19 from that, another 25 from that. Turn off your fast bombs. We're not doing that. And just give me... Yes. Boom. There we go. Good damage. Valerie, just move forward. I want you to draw their fire. Reem, you go over here. Can I charge him? Yes, I can. Get sliced up. How much damage is that actually? Yeah, it increases the size bonus to 1d8 for that. So 1d8 plus 15 is not bad at all. One over here. Oh, that wasn't enough to kill him.
I got you dead.
That kills that one. That kills that one. And then damage to that one. Very nice. Jubilost. Acid bomb. And we're done.
In due time.
So good. When the combat actually starts going your way, it feels so good in these games. That's just about everything then. How are we? What is that? Oh, it's in the fire. That's why.
Child's play.
Oh, a star knife. That's gonna get
All
sold.
according
Nobody
to
can use
plan.
that. Yep, and there's the opposite side of the... That's the opposite side of that. So that is the entirety of this area completely cleared. Upper level is cleared and the lower level is cleared now, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check when we come down here. Yes, that is looking completely done. So we just need to head over here and exit through the final part of here. All right. We actually managed to finish up Act 2. Now we just got to start cleaning up the map in preparation for Act 3. We got Ekun fully kitted out. Harim, as I said, Harim's main problem is his mobility. We just got to be able to get him into combat, and he does decent damage. And he's got decent AC for a frontliner. He's just so fucking slow. But God, we're probably never taking Ekun out of the party because between having him and his dog, he's just too goddamn useful. Oh, would you look at that? Another pack of kobolds. A small crowd of kobolds surrounds you. They look frail and thin, their skin covered with sores and claw marks. Even the tattered skins they wear are falling apart. The kobolds make no sound. They simply stand and look at you, following you with their unblinking eyes as though waiting for something. The kobolds step away from you when you try to leave, making no move to block you, but their silent attention is somewhat uncomfortable. More kobolds. I did promise this realm would be cleansed, and it shall. Oh dear, they're actually trying to fight back. Look at all these juicy, juicy experience points.
What a waste.
Can we fireball them? We can fireball them. We can get all of them in a fireball even. Oh, sorry. There's one left. One of them is left. There we go. All done.
That is not far.
Another tribe of kobolds vanquished, as I promised my citizens that I would. Let it never be said that I have gone back on my word. And what was that? They were worth about 18 apiece or so? Yep, 18 apiece. I'm not going to say no to more experience.
Follow my lead.
Yep, that's everything. Trobald has been cleared, and a fortress has been acquired for our kingdom. We'll take a little bit to get the proper garrison going over here, and we'll need to rebuild some of the walls, but other than that, we've got this place on lock. Oh, the ad is playing. Shit. I need to run to the restroom, and we will continue as soon as that's over. Be right back. Okay, well, luckily nothing appears to be really happening, so we're just going to keep walking. And I don't think we have... Let me see here. Waiting for news from Boken. We have 161 days until the next Ancient Curse. We're working on increasing the stats, working on adding more lands. In order to unlock a new leader post, we have to get certain ranks high enough, if I recall correctly. We have the Tenebrous Steps, and... Bartholomew wants us to return his whip. Which is probably going to give us quest experience, which is always valuable. So I see no reason not to.
The troll menace ended, all our woes were in the past, and there was nothing left endangering our young barony. As if the true hardships were yet to come.
Okay, so I don't think there's anything else down here, but we do have plenty of time, and I do want to actually explore. That leads to the end of the map, you know. This connects to this road. Yep. It's time to finish exploring these gnarl marches and getting everything laid out. We can keep Harim in the party for a little bit. We got time. We can actually get out. Ah, there we go. And this leads... So if I recall correctly, if we try to cross the river... Yep. We stooped at the banks of the Selin River. It was quiet, too quiet, and it's no secret that a whole flotilla of pirates called the Selin their home, and King Irovetti hadn't lifted a finger against them. The oppressive silence and the sense of looming threat were like a weight upon our backs. I began to count how many unfinished tasks we had on this side of the Selin. Why would we need to go west at all just yet? No one was waiting to greet us in that foreign land. The Baron gave us a sign, and the whole party froze, listening for any sound. Above the splashing waves, we could barely make out the creak of a bowstring and the sound of a paddle slapping the water. Pirate boats were most deathly waiting for us, hidden among the opposite bank. We discussed the situation and evaluated the threat of an ambush and decided there were more pressing matters at hand. The western bank could wait. So the important part is we get this area fully explored over here. Oh, nope, that's the edge of the... right? Okay. Go. This leads all the way up here. Yep, there's more stuff we need to be... That crosses... Nope, that does not cross the river. I don't know what this is. Has an itch for classical fantasy RPG now with character creation and everything. Fuck. Yep. What did we just run into? Are those bandits? Oh, Spriggans. Right. Oh, they're actually, yeah, chaotic evil gnomes, basically. Okay. Alright, Ekun, I'm gonna need you to, no, I'm gonna need you to use your 5-foot step, get a little bit closer, please, and start opening fire.
Cannot hide from me.
And immediately miss with a critical miss. That bodes so well for us. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Shit. Amiri, I'm gonna need you to rage and go take that one. There we go. Good damage. Ubelost, stay near Harim. I'm going to go ahead and also charge you. Get sliced. Oh, the dog is still injured. That's fine. Try to take this one down. Yep, he fell over. Good. And then Valerie, you can head over this way towards them. I mean, they set up a nice little ambush here. There seems to be about 5 of them or so. Let's go for... Yeah.
Nowhere to run.
There we go. Took one of them down. Nice. Harim, you can come over here to the one dog knocked over. Amiri, please kill him. Thank you. Set you up there. Oh, there's another one. Oh, right. They have... how many of you fuckers are there? And of course, they all have crossbows, which means they're all going to start raining fire on us if we're not careful. Ubelost over here. Give me an acid bomb. This is already not looking good, and I don't like it. Go, he's down. Now they're going to start shooting. Oh no, they're just going to keep using their size alteration ability. I mean, if they want to waste their turn doing that, that's fine by me. Alright, I mean, I can literally tear your leg apart with my claws. That works for me. And a dog can still pull you over.
Let us strike as one.
Get shanked, get shanked. Rewatch the Balrog scene and Gandalf's retelling of the battle with the Balrog. Man, the writing is so freaking good. Sir Ian McKellen is icon. He absolutely is. Ekun, go ahead and hit that guy. Almost managed to get him. Oh, okay. He's still trying to hit me. Yep, get fucked. Miri, yeah, Jesus. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to get to, isn't it? Really? Alright. Nope, can't get close enough to him, unfortunately. Yep, you down. He's gonna move up and aim at Amiri, and of course he's going to hit her. Give me... Magic Missile. Get blasted. Dog, I need you to... Let's do a charge. And you missed. God damn it. Who's he gonna shoot? Nope. Tried to hit Valerie, and... Okay, he gets 3 shots. Well, you're dying now. There we go. Get back over this way. Who's he gonna shoot? Me? Ow! Dick. They're not very accurate, but they're a pain in the ass right now.
Tear them apart!
Also, did they really need to spawn them all over the place in random different Oh, they don't have point blank master. Good. So they still get immediately bodied if they try to attack me in melee. Get blasted. That leaves just 2, I think. Yep, the one that's aiming at Amiri and the one that's aiming at Valerie. They also don't have very good accuracy, not gonna lie.
Do not falter!
Oh well, when he tries to get up, it's gonna be bad for him.
Cannot hide from me.
Good shot. Harim, you're kind of useless. Can you charge him? There we go. He's gonna get up and die. And Jubilost, can you even... Oh, good. He's gonna try to shoot. Amiri's gonna attack him, and he's dead. All right. I'm honestly shocked. They were each worth about 56 experience a pop, and that was a lot of them. The only real downside was that they fucking spawned all over the place. Oh, and they don't even... Not even masterwork crossbows, really? Yeah, it's worth a whopping 9 gold apiece. They are dropping potions of cure moderate wounds, though. That is actually good, if all of them have those. So far they do. Okay. Well, if we need to farm healing potions, I guess we know where to go. Yeah, no, not a single one of them was carrying anything masterwork or of any real value. That's kind of bullshit. Oh well. That'll teach them to try to mess with us, I suppose. Did you see the WoW Midnight cinematic? No, I have not. I knew there was another expansion getting announced, but I had no knowledge that was what they were doing. Pike Stretch. So I want to explore that now. This technically counts as Glenabon, but our border is technically on the river, if I recall. It has such a cool line from Lorthamar. I did see people speculating that he might die, which is kind of sad because Lorthamar has barely gotten any screen time in like 3 expansions. Oh, that counts as being on the other side of the river. Okay, fine. We won't touch that then. That's also resources that we cannot claim.
Search for the spot to rest.
We will. We will. All right, we'll do it here then. All right, take you off. Take you off, you off, you off. All right, so we want you doing the hunting. We want me helping. Cooking. It's 10. Ah, and yeah, she has sustenance as well, so she can also do that. Nice, nice. All right, and go ahead and use rations as needed, and begin rest.
Well, is there any news from Grotus? When should we expect the end of the world? This week, or maybe next?
Grotus does not speak of his plans, but the end of times is inevitable. Does it matter when?
I will break your world. You can't even break one elf. Pretty good, pretty good. Nice to see the Blood Elves are finally showing a bit of a spine. So that leads... Oh god, we haven't even explored any of the northern Gnarl Marches yet, have we? Fuck. Oh, come on. Please tell me it's not another pack of those Spriggans. No, it's hill giants. No, Athlax. Right, the mutated guys. Oh dear, yeah, Athlax. Oh dear, these are 14 levels apiece, and they have over 200 hit points. Okay, well, it's a good thing we already rested. It's a shame that I couldn't prep any spells to deal with this. Yeah, I'm thinking we move... We're gonna move up. And then I'm gonna throw a displacement on myself. There we go. Akun, I need you to... Oh god, this is gonna be tough. He's gonna go first. Then... I'm gonna need to move Valerie that way to try and deal with him. Let's go ahead and engage him first. Oh, thanks. Thanks, game. Yeah, missing half of his shots was real nice. Thanks. Reactivate fast bomb. Are they weak to anything by any chance?
Primitives.
What are we dealing with here? Energy resistance to cold. Okay. Reflex is their lowest save, and their touch AC is absolute garbage. Why do they have a 20 in perception? Oh, because we need to invalidate anyone who tries to use stealth, basically, is all I'm hearing from that. There we go. You can't do anything else. Harim. Could you go ahead and give destructive attacks to Ekun? Because I think we're going to need it. We're going to need more damage. He's going to... No. Oh, he's already trying to attack me. Ow! Holy fuck! So much for the fucking displacement. Fuck you, game. Oh yeah, it has a 50% chance to miss. Proceeds to hit with 3 out of 4 attacks. How do you like failing at those fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Coin flips, huh? Thanks, game. Love it. And, good lord. Okay. Oh, this is aggravating. Thank you, Amiri. Alright, he gets the bite. He gets 2 slams. He's still... Really? It's still a 13? It's annoying. So I have displacement. It's just 50% miss chance, but nope. Not even a chance in hell, apparently.
Let's try. This was not
What
part
the?
of the
Oh,
plan.
I fucking forgot to turn the claws on. I deserve that. I deserve that. Ekun, would you like to actually be effective, whereas I'm being an idiot? Thank you, Ekun. That was very nice of you. We're also gonna need more acid. Thank you. And Harim is... I guess you could come over here and maybe keep me from killing myself. That would be great.
Stay behind me.
Thank you, Valerie. Holy shit, the dog actually managed to get him to fall over. Well, that's gonna make things easier. He's gonna attack Valerie. Oh, -1 strength. Fuck you. Why do these things have poison? Afflax venom. Oh, fuck you.
Good, you dead.
Yes, thank you, Ekun. Shoot him in the head. Did you then? Yes, you then proceeded to miss both of your shots over there. Okay. Jubilost, rope. Thank you. And actually, Harim, if you just want to... There we go. Well, that was aggravating in the extreme. They were worth 360 experience points a pop, and they were wearing regular leather armor, which technically... A -4? That shit is still going...
Give the order.
I fucking...
The end draws near.
Well, now we need to get her the fuck home because we just got fucked by that. Treat affliction, please, Valerie. It didn't work. Fails to dispel because you rolled a 7 and missed it by 1. And yeah, treat affliction. You've already used it, so you can't use it again, which is great. Thanks, game. And he doesn't have restoration memorized. Does Jubilost have restoration memorized? No, he doesn't.
I am prepared.
I have exactly 1, but I can't remove poison. She's taking another 3 points of strength damage. Fuck you! Jesus goddamn Christ. It's permanent. It's permanent. Requires 2 consecutive Constitution saves. So Fortitude, right? The DC is Constitution based. So Fortitude, right? You're not honestly expecting someone to beat a DC of 24 with a +2, right? No one would be that fucking dumb. Thank you. Yes, it's a Fortitude save, not a Constitution save. It's a Fortitude save. There is a difference. Bloody game. She took a -5. Fuck you. I know we have scrolls for this. Where the fuck are they? Yes, regular restoration. Thank you. Yeah, regular restoration is now far more efficient than lesser restoration. Because we're just running into things that can just be like, yeah, we just reduced your stats by like 20. Sucks to be you. I don't even know why those things have venom. Oh, right, they're aberrations, and aberrations always have weird fucking stat. Okay, we need to avoid this section right here, because it's treating these encounters as being Glenabon, which I don't think we even get to until, like, Act 5. Get me the hell out of here. We're not touching this area of the map again. Good lord. What? Oh, okay. It works. All right, so, well, we're near the Tenebrous Depths if we wanted to deal with that, but I don't. Huh. We could go deal with the last of the frog people. I actually would not be adverse to that. I can get it crossed off my list. I'm down for that.
In due time.
Could you just go ahead and... What is it? Give me that. There we go. Just top people off real fast. And no, not the high-end one. There we go, just the basic one. And the dog is fully healed. Good. Now where were we? Right. The entryway is down here. So we need to go kill these frogmen who embarrassed the shit out of me last time. Still find it weird that we can't kill these monitor lizards, but okay.
As it should be.
Nothing respawns, right? No, nothing respawns, I don't think. Random encounters are the closest thing to respawning enemies you get, and they don't count.
All
so they were in here. Killed the group that was up here. The main group is down there. All right, let's buff real fast. Give me Bone Fists. Reem, give me Bless. Akun, go ahead and throw your Aspect of the Falcon on, please.
Here I am. I am yours to command.
Valerie. Turn off combat power attack and go on, turn on fighting defensively and combat expertise, please.
Grotus awaits us.
And Reem.
Each step
No.
brings us
Don't move.
closer to the end.
Weapon of Awe on Ekundale.
Focus on the
Also
goal.
shield. And blade tooth. And enlarge person. Why not? These fucking frogs want to be a pain in the ass. I'll find a way to be a pain in the ass too. There we go. All right. Advance. Where are they?
In due time.
There they are. Boggart Savage, Boggart Prophet. All right, move forward slightly.
If someone annoys you, you either pray or polish your
There's
armor.
the champion.
It is why my armor gleams as it
All right,
does.
I need you to give destructive attacks to Ekun.
Depend on me.
And then
Open to
Ekun.
your orders.
I want you to target that
Cannot
Boggart champion
hide from me.
with everything we've got.
Let's finish them quickly.
Get fucked. Yeah, get fucked. I've got the ability to hit you now. Oh, we missed with the last one. Still. Alright. Let me see here. Jubilos, move up. Hareem, go ahead and give me prayer. You want to spend $100 on a virtual boy with 14 games that all flop and played in an uncomfortable position away? No, I don't want that. I saw some pictures and it's like, God, it is literally just the virtual boy. I thought they were going to modernize it. I thought they were going to do something with it, but no, it is literally just the virtual boy, which is about the dumbest fucking thing I can imagine Nintendo doing. All right, throw a fireball. I don't like any of these guys. Get fucked. Mirri, rage, and go after that prophet. I don't want him casting spells if we can avoid it. The dog will also go after you. There we go. He's down. Valerie, can you... Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Really? He got a nat 20 on an attack of opportunity? Fuck you. Yep, he's going after Valerie. He has almost no chance of hitting her. Get fucked. Give me a acid bomb on him. Yep. Get deleted, you piece of shit. Harim. Just stay back, Harim. You're still kind of useless. And then I'm going to charge in on you. And immediately deal 20 damage. Good. Oh, come on. Piece of shit. Who failed? How did we... The dog failed. I failed. Jubilost failed. For fuck's sake. I didn't realize that it was Mirri's turn. Fuck.
Nowhere
Just
to
shoot
that.
him. There we go. He exploded. It isn't technically the virtual boy. It's a basic stand, which you can slide your Switch into and look through a pair of lenses into a screen. Technically not made for it. It also cannot play the games without this useless planet ornament. Yep. You don't have to tell me twice. There we go. These fucking pieces of shit that embarrassed me last time. They're down. What do they even have? A Great Club +2, Rings of Protection, Cloak of Resistance, and Masterwork Great Clubs. Which, don't get me wrong, that's worth a decent chunk of change, but... Oh, a Amulet of Natural Armor +2. Thank you. There we go. Genuinely, who the hell thought it was a good idea? I don't know. I don't know. Somebody at Nintendo is delusional. Somebody at Nintendo is delusional. Like, even the Nintendo fanboys, they can't even claim that they want it. Like, I know they don't. No one wants that shit. Alright, I can cross that off of the list of the stuff that I said we had to go back to. The Tranquil Riverbend is all done. Last of the frog people have been exterminated from their major holdings. Another region has been brought closer into compliance with the Kingdom of Dracaria. It is even technically a real virtual boy, so it doesn't even really have collector's value. Yeah. It doesn't, does it? Alright. So that just leaves the Tenebrous Depths up here. We do want to get control of the southern Gnarl Marches as soon as we can. Alright, let's head back to our town. And I would like to swap Harim out because I don't need... I would rather have Tristan. Tristan has ways of being actually competent somewhat in ranged combat. As we say, come on, we're in the open plains. Can we stop with the slow movement speed, please? We have returned in glorious triumph. Glorious triumph. Oh, really? No events? No nothing? Oh, that feels stupid. There we go. Harim's Amulet of Destructive Touch has been completed. Is that in the... Oh no. Where is it? Where is it? Because I made this thing from scratch, so where is it? Oh, dear God. Please tell me it didn't do this shit again. Amulet of Natural Armor. Amulet of Natural Armor. There it is. Harim's Amulet of Destructive Touch. Started as a yeah, +1 Natural Armor class, but it has the enhancements for +3. So we're gonna... Hold on. F5, because last time we picked up an item and moved it into our inventory, it disappeared. There we go. Okay. Then we go over to Harim. And then we go over here. We put that on. That actually... Yes. He goes from +12 to +15. There we go. So that'll help him. All right. Also, the weakness of the Nintendo release of DLC for Donkey Kong Bonanza at the same price point as Silk Song was just released 1.2 weeks before. Just saying, kind of laughably sad. Yep. Preaching to the choir here. Preaching to the choir. Kareem, do you have anything to say about everything? I still don't understand it. How did you manage to break the anvil with your bare hands, Kareem? I can't stop thinking about it either. Maybe it was a sign from above, but if so, what does it mean? That Torag admitted defeat and turned his back on the fortress? That Grotus extended his hand to take what was his before its time? I keep straining to hear the answer, but to no avail. But I'm sure that it happened for a reason. Someday I will understand what happened and why. Someday.
In due time.
I don't think we found all the shards of anything. Found the shards of an ancient artifact. Oh, I guess we found enough for the knight. Hold on. Yep, these are... Yep, forge the Trailblazer's helm for me. The storyteller reverently takes the shards of the Trailblazer's helm. Thank you, he whispers. This will be one of my finest works. A small remnant of my gift will reside in this helmet, so you may recall its legend on your own. There we go. That should have shown up in... There it is, the Trailblazer's helm. This helm was forged 5 centuries ago by the legendary dwarven smith Ordleaf. She crafted it for her husband, Jarvan, the Langebrook patriarch, before the clan left forever their homeland in the Five Kings Mountains and traveled north to establish the trade route in the River Kingdoms. These troubled lands proved to be full of dangers, especially the territory known today as the Stolen Lands, where the dwarves encountered their sworn enemies, giants. A large tribe of hill giants led by a stone giant named Dagger the Earthbreaker ran rampant in the area where the dwarves were building their citadel, the Bronze Shield Fortress. The giants would appear out of nowhere, throw large boulders at the dwarves, and then disappear before reinforcements could arrive. Infuriated, Jarvan called a hunt for Dagger, and unfortunately for him, was successful. And then the Pokemon drama, which is just even worse. Yep, everything with the lawsuit with Power World, the Pokemon stuff, the fact that they're basically making an Animal Crossing, but for Pokemon, which of course has the Animal Crossing people concerned that, oh god, Nintendo's never going to release another Animal Crossing game ever again, because they're going to have no incentive to do so. On a frosty winter morning, a small patrol of dwarves led by Jarvan himself encountered the giant's main force. The dwarven trumpeter barely had time to reach for the horn before being crushed by a thrown boulder. Realizing his chances were slim, Jarvan charged Dagger, hoping for an honest one-on-one fight. His enchanted helm protected him, deflecting all the flying stones, but once the two adversaries clashed in close combat, Dagger grabbed Jarvan and hurled him against the nearest cliff. The dwarven patriarch was dead before he hit the ground. The moment he died, his helm shattered into pieces with a thunderous clang that echoed for miles. Ordleaf gathered the dwarven forces and hurried to the battlefield. In a great battle, the tribe of giants was finally destroyed, and the body of Jarvan Langebrook was returned to the fortress for burial. The dwarves were able to find several of the shards of the helm, which they kept as relics, but many others were lost. No one has ever managed to collect all the shards and reforge the artifact until now. This helmet gives its wearer a DR2 against ranged attacks, a DR10 against falling and thrown rocks, which I don't think appear in the game at all, so okay. And the ability to cast Good Hope and Crushing Despair spells once per day at a caster level of 11 with a DC of 17. It also gives a +3 dodge bonus to AC and a +3 insight bonus to saving throws against the enemies of the giant and goblinoid subtypes. Which is cool and all, but the only person who could really make use of it is Valerie, and dear God, is it just the dumbest fucking helmet. I'm imagining it's supposed to link with, like, dwarven heavy plate so that it covers most of the neck, but on anybody else it just looks like shit. So we're just not going to even bother with that right now. Let's go ahead and put a +2 on you to get your AC a little bit higher. Thank you. Actually, we can put it on the dog. There we go. The dog will now have an AC bonus against them, and it might actually look halfway decent on him. Oh, right. So that was that. I also brought the rest of the relics. 2,400 gold from finding the Torag's pendants, 600 gold from the Dryads. Oh, now here is something truly impressive. These items once belonged to a dwarven blacksmith, and they wish to tell their story. I hear the booming strokes of the hammer, the sizzling spark and roaring flame of the forge. The anvil, it sings. Some of the 5, yeah. Yep, we've heard that. Go ahead, tell me the story of the singing anvil. I see the flames of the forge, so close I can touch it. Heat sears my face, sparks sting my cheeks, but there is no fear in my soul, only admiration and reverence for the work of an artist. The storyteller seems to be in a sort of trance. His unseeing eyes reflect the flames of a forge that burned out long ago. Gained 1100 experience and 10,000 gold. Fuck yeah. I am Kolgan, apprentice of the great smith Zarif, first smith of the Bronze Shield Fortress. Series of keeps built by the dwarves of ages past to protect the trade routes of the Five King Mountains. Centuries have passed since it was constructed. The dwarves have largely abandoned these trade routes. Once known as the Bronze Shield Fortress was taken over. Right, given the new name Trouble. I am fascinated by the work of the true master. The smith's hammer is raised in the air. The forge bellows roar. Sparks sizzle and rhythmic ringing fills the room. The anvil called the searing palm replies with a happy booming voice. This music, this song overwhelms my being. I feel a tear of joy run down my cheek and hastily wipe it away, for it is proof of my weakness. The tongs in my hand are covered with soot. I help the master in all the ways I can, but I am not allowed to raise my own hammer at the anvil. Master Zarif protects the anvil zealously and will not let anyone else near it. It usually offends me, but not now. Not while my heart follows the ringing beat of the fiery song. What makes the anvil so special? Is it enchanted? The anvil was crafted by Ordleaf Langerbuk herself in ancient times, when the dwarves full of hope and inspiration built their fortresses along the Shield Road. Ordleaf gave this anvil her voice and named it the Searing Palm. Ever since, the anvil sings hymns in praise of the sublime crafting skills of its great mother creator. And why will the master not let you work the anvil? He says I am not worthy. He says I have no talent, no spark of creation in my soul. The storyteller's lips curl with contempt. He says that all I can do is copy the works of others. And what are you making? I can't see. I don't know. I don't care. He shrugs and frowns. This is my master's work, not mine. It doesn't bother me. Continue. All I hear is silence. The Bronze Shield Fortress is sound asleep save for the blinking of the signal bonfires. No one knows of the blasphemy about to be committed in the heart of the fortress. The storyteller chokes down a lump in his throat. I push the door of the smithy. I fear the door's squeal of protest will wake all, but silence returns and I step inside. I stoke the fire. I don my soot-smeared apron. Long have I dreamed of the anvil. It calls to me. Its alluring voice captivates me. Its ringing is full of purpose. Tonight I shall work the anvil myself. Tonight I shall become a creator. And Master Zarif, upon seeing my work, will be forced to accept me as an equal. The fire rises to the ceiling, and I raise my hammer to make the first stroke. But something's wrong. Did I make a mistake? The storyteller's face collapses. The anvil, it will not sing. It moans under the hammer. Instead of sweet music, I hear cries of pain, begging me to stop. I clench my teeth and strike again and again and again. I will make it work. It will sing for me, even if I must torture it to do so. The moans of the anvil become a monotonous rumble, but I cannot stop. The smithy doors swing open and Master Zarif stands before me. Disheveled and furious, he screams curses at me, but I can't hear them. The metal of my work crumbles under my hammer, but I can't see it. My eyes are blinded by tears. The storyteller shakes his head to clear his vision, a weary smile on his face. And that is it. What happened to you? I mean Kolgan. He left, hung his apron upon the hook, tossed away his hammer and tongs, and left the fortress. Deep in his heart, Kolgan knew that Zarif was right all along. Kolgan's hammer would never create a masterpiece, for hard work is a poor substitute for inspired talent. Kolgan turned his eyes to Droskar. Droskar, the minor dwarven deity with a very limited following among the surface-dwelling peoples of Galarian, he believes that sufficient toil leads to eventual success and that those who fail simply weren't trying hard enough. In pursuit of this goal, Droskar teaches that one should be free to do whatever is necessary to accomplish one's goals, even if that includes lying, cheating, the exploitation of others, or even worse, crimes. The god of the Dark Dwarves accepted their new follower, and the Durgar gave Kolgan shelter and provided him with unceasing, tiresome work that required no talent, merely endless routine. He crafted weapons of the Durgar army, and no one expected masterpieces of him. And one day he eventually realized he had forgotten all about the Searing Palm, Master Zarif, and the blasphemy he had committed. It seems to me that there, deep in the dark tunnels serving Droskar, Kolgan finally found happiness. And what happened to the anvil after that? It lost its voice. Bronze Shield Fortress never again heard it sing. The storyteller sighs. It was still functional, and the weapons it made were durable, but nothing more. No master ever managed to craft a masterpiece there again. The dwarven weapons gradually lost their enchantments, and defending against the dangers became more difficult. I suppose Colgan's desecration was a strong contributor to the dwarves' eventual abandonment of the fortress. Thank you, storyteller. And there we go. That certainly propped up our income, and we've got a lot of shit to sell now.
That is not far.
Does anybody who I haven't touched in a while need any of these? You guys are definitely going to need the... Nope, that's giant strength. No, we don't have any constitution ones right now. Belt of physical might. That's always good. Also going to go ahead and give you that +2 ring of protection and that +2 natural armor ring. You don't need anything. Jathal, you need more dex is what you need, but for right now, that's fine. Give you the amulet of natural armor there. Lindsay, you don't need strength. And you've got everything else that... Well, I mean, actually, a point of strength would not go amiss on you because you can't carry jack shit right now. But other than that, I think we're good on magical equipment. Anybody need any of these? For Gongar, do you have access to medium armor yet? No, you're still using light armor. The Blessed Path is going to get sold. The hide armor is useless. That's actually not bad. The Woodland Aegis would give him the ability to cast Bark Skin, which is not the worst. So we can get rid of the studded leather +2. Lindsay, you don't need studded leather. It's nice, but it also weighs too much, unfortunately. And Jathal, it would lower her max dexterity, so it's not worth it. Alright. Let's go sell some of this shit. Yeah, see, like, your camel by camel comment did not show up in the multi-chat, Ten, when I have no idea why. I just went looking to see if the multi-chat was being stupid again, and apparently the multi-chat... Oh, yeah, the DLC comment didn't come through at all. I didn't even know you typed that. Referencing to the DLC they announced before the game even released, and even confirming that new mega form for the starters in Z to A will be available in seasons and only through online PvP, which requires you to pay for online features, meaning that you can't get the full Pokemon game offline and you have to pay extra. Yeah, and they wonder why people crack their fucking games so quickly.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the multi-chat. It's being very weird today. Alright, let's go ahead and offer up all the non-magical equipment. We can also sell all the masterwork stuff because we don't need it. There we go. Now let me see what we've got here. The darts are useless. Mallet of Woe is one-handed flails and hammers. Nobody really needs that. The Shock Frost Heavy Mace. That might be a decent backup weapon for Valerie if we need to deal blunt damage, actually, now that I think about it. Freedom of movement's also not bad. We'll consider that. We don't need a Great Club +2. We don't need the Star Knife +1. We don't need the Dwarven Urgosh +1. We don't need the Heavy Crossbow +1. That's another 9,000 gold we can be getting from that. Good. Nobody else is using a heavy shield. The Blessed Path. We don't have a Paladin, and I don't have a good aligned character who can use plate mail, so bye-bye. Hide armor. Worthless. Chainmail. I almost want to keep it just because it looks cool. We don't want to sell any of this until I'm sure we've got things figured out with who's getting what magical equipment. These still need to be go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we only need to find 3 more shards for that. We've got 3 more parts to the Cypress Queen stuff. We have 2 more for the... Or, yeah, 3 more for the Taldan. And a bunch for this thing, and a bunch for these. And we can also... Oh, do not sell the Heart of the Anvil. We do not want to sell that. I know that has to do with a quest later. Sell off all the meat we found, though. And we can sell off the Commandant's Journal. I'll hold on to the keys for a little bit, because I don't know where exactly they got used in the fortress, and we might... I don't know if that's something we have to keep an eye out for. But that should be everything. And that gets us another 17,000 gold. There we go.
All according to
All
plan.
right. Very nice, very nice. Now we need to figure out what we need to do until Act 3 starts up. I mean, Tenebrous Depths is the obvious choice, but we do have other things we need to clear up around our territory. And we've got about 6,000 experience, or a little over 5,200 experience before we level up. So I'm thinking, let's see here. Let me see here. I've got my boots. I do want gauntlets at some point. So that is, hold on. Just grab all of these real fast, please. So let me see here. A Miri. Troll Reaper is great, don't get me wrong, but I think the Earthshaker is better. It has the same critical hit one. It has a higher enchantment bonus. It has flaming. And 2d6 is more reliable in damage dealing than 1d12. So if I give this to you, you go from a plus 13 plus 8 and 22 to 38 to a 14, 9, 24 to 39. Okay, I like that. Like, again, don't get me wrong, Troll Reaper's great, but now we have a really high damage blunt weapon as well. She also has her backup in case anybody needs, if she really needs to switch to a sword and board, and she's got her ginormous sword as well. Composite longbow. That is a composite longbow. Maybe give that to her as a backup ranged weapon. Yeah, because that actually allows her to take full advantage of her strength. Let me see here. Ekun doesn't need a backup melee weapon because he knows how to use his bow in melee combat. Nothing I can really give you. Yeah, bracers of armor are better for him than an actual armor suit. Although, getting him something that enhances his perception there might not be the worst idea. Valerie, you actually don't need the longsword right now. The dagger is more for... I mean, let's be honest. It says dagger, but that's a short sword. That's a fucking short sword, not a dagger. If we do want a backup weapon for her... Reliability for her is better than damage. So I'm going to give her the Mallet of Woe as a backup melee weapon. Because if we switch to that, that's 15, 10, 11 to 21. 13, 8. Why is it strength plus 4? Oh, is it? It's purely because of the enhancement, isn't it? Okay, okay, okay. I see what it said. But that also means we can get rid of the Shock Frost Mace. I don't think anybody else needs a melee weapon. I have Tristan has a quarterstaff just in case. She has the Savage Bow. Oh, I guess that could work as a backup weapon for her. Attack plus 4. Maybe a finesse weapon might be better. Yeah. We can get our hands on something like that. Kineticists don't really need a backup melee weapon. Because if they're in melee, then you've officially lost the plot. Things are about to go horribly. Nothing I can give Ragongar, I don't think. Again, I can't. He'll get heavy armor later. No, I already went over your guys' stuff. So hold on, let me see here. Let me see here. We have a Cloak of Resistance for you. Cloak of Resistance for you. Do not have one for you. Okay, so we can put that there. We can give you a Cloak of Resistance and you a Cloak of Resistance. We can also give each of you a Ring of Protection. You already have light armor on. Good. Headband of Vast Intelligence. You guys want kinetic diadem headbands, which we don't have. Gift of the Nymph. We can get rid of that eventually. Belt of Mighty Constitution. Belt of Mighty Constitution. There we go. Gongar has Belt of Physical Might. He doesn't need the Strength bonus. Does anybody else need the Strength bonus? I have Physical Perfection. Harim has Belt of Giant Strength. Belt of Incredible Dexterity. No, I'll keep that on him. She has Belt of Incredible Dexterity. I'd rather build up from that. Giving her that +1 to AC is better than giving her a +1 to BAB. Physical Might +4. She doesn't need it. Tristan has Dexterity. That's also preferable for him. She doesn't have a belt at all, surprisingly. Right, because I gave it to Ekun when we got him. Or I gave it to Jubilos when we got him. One or the other. You don't need anything right now. You just have the stuff that boosts the only stats I care about on you. Jathal, you need a headband of inspired wisdom. There we go. And I will go ahead and give you the luck ring. Because you actually, I believe the cleric spell list has one of the easiest ways to get luck bonuses. So that actually works for you pretty well. For Gongar, you can have the headband of luring charisma. Good. Lindsay. You already have that. You already have that. Headband of vast intellect, headband of inspired wisdom. None of which work on you. We need to get your charisma up. And we need to get you a belt that'll improve your dexterity. So that should be everyone has the basic, a deflection ring and a resistance ring, correct? That doesn't, that technically counts. That technically counts. And he has a cloak of stealth instead, but we can always add resistance to that. Ah, Jubilos, you're missing one. And then you have the cloak of the Winter Veil, and then I have the cloak of the White Drake. Right. Okay. So that means we're going to keep the belt. We're going to keep... we're going to keep the belt. We'll keep the headband. But we can sell the rest of these.
In due time.
Because everybody in the party now has some kind of basic equipment without having to take it from them. So we don't have to swap between people now, with the exception of if we bring Octavia along, we're going to need to probably take the belt from either Jubilos or Ekun in order to give it to her. But other than that, we should no longer be having to swap equipment around because now everybody has their own stuff. Now let me see here. Hasuf, I have stuff to sell. You can take this and this and this and this and this and give me 1,200 gold for it. Thank you. Now, I do think we should be able to claim the Gnarl Marches now, if I recall correctly, which we do want to get up and running as quickly as possible. But then we need to get exploring. Nobody else has anything else to say in here? Valerie? Nope.
That is not far.
I don't think Kareem had anything else. Nope. What else do we have? Jubilos? Nope. Casil? Nope. Okay. Well, first things first, since we did get back to the capital, let's go ahead and actually rest. There we go. Now, let's actually see how things are going with our kingdom. Oh, good. Perfect timing. Jubilost and him are both about to be done. Good. Research into the various natures. Are we able to claim... Yes, we can claim the Southern Gnarl Marches. Send in Amiri. Clear the land. We need 400. We need 400 of that. Okay. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Get 8 days for that. We do make... How much money do we make? We have 166 BP right now. We make 33 per week. I was really hoping that that would not be as expensive as it was, but all of these are going to cost money, and the only way to make money is to spend more, and we really need to expand down here. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, we're going to have no choice. What do we need to do? We currently have 166, so hold on. Let's equalize that. So that's 34. That's 2,000 to get up to 200, right? Hold on. Exit. Reopen. There we go. We're at 200. Another 200 would be 16,000 gold. Okay. I think we can wait. We can wait on that. Because it's going to be... How long until part 2 of the cruise? 158 days. Oh, sorry. So we've got some time. We have some time. So what I want to do right now, these events are about to come up. His event is about a week. So what I want to do is, who needs to get some upgrades? We're going to be here crafting for a little bit. So my stuff is doing okay right now. Deflection bonus has been increased. Natural bonus to armor. Element of Mighty Fist. Headband of Lurid Charisma. So what I want to do then is take... Other armor plus 2. Would that be better for... Lindsay, or should she still not wear that? That's 5 more pounds that she just doesn't have. Shame. The rest of these, that is a medium armor of 8 with a max dex 3. Okay, yeah. So the breastplate plus 2 is just straight up better than the chainmail plus 2. So we can sell that. The leather armor will be good once we get Lindsay. Funnily enough, Lindsay's just going to need a strength belt just so that she doesn't... She's going to need a strength belt just so that she can carry enough equipment to actually be useful. So we might do that, but that's also why... Yeah, you know what? You know what? Give me that. Lindsay, how would you like to actually be able to carry equipment? There you go. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah, her dex is not high enough for that, so we can give her that. Can't give her anything else right now. She has her backup weapon in case anybody gets close. She's got her heavy crossbow for range. The Troll Reaper, the longsword, the mace, and that can all get sold before we leave. The Robe of Earth. That's what I wanted to work on. So, crafting. Lady Daedalus, if you would please, I need you to construct... This robe is going to be combined, essentially, with my Robe of Blackjack and Guile. How high... of, where is it? Persuasion. So the existing one, I think, has a 3 or a 4? Yeah. DC of 19, but we can go to a 5 now. Good. So we're going to do Robe of Obsidian Earth to reference the Black Dragon. And we're going to craft that for 625 gold, and it'll take 1 day. Perfect.
How may I serve you, Your Grace?
I don't need to talk to you, Keston. You have no updates for me. So that means if we go in here and we skip a day... There we go. Every little bit helps. Citizens are concerned for their safety. The advisor was able to determine where the fortifications were most needed. The subject agreed on the wisdom of the decision. The people collected money for a palisade and delivered the funds to the treasury. There we go. Each economic rank provides an additional 1 BP per week. I think that applies to all of them, doesn't it? Yes. Provides 1 BP per week, but you lose 1 of the BP due to the economy not being as high as that. Okay. Okay, so you need to increase the economy in order to balance everything out. The advisor talked the volunteers into enrolling in the guard to help maintain law and order in these lands. Thank you, Tristan. So that gets rid of both of those. Counselor waits in the throne room. Let's go talk to him. Tristan, what can I do for you, my friend? There's a look of determination on Tristan's face. I bring poor news from your subjects. Today, one of our citizens stopped me in the street and asked me to tell you something of import. Tristan ponders a while, as if he doesn't dare to continue. One of the traders, who today sells imported specialties in the capital, has not always led an honest life. Under the Stag Lord, he helped the bandits to sell their stolen goods, for a percentage, of course. This scoundrel was far from the fort on the day you struck the decisive blow against the Stag Lord and his forces, and today he continues trading in plain view of those he recently helped rob. I never rush to judgment, but you must at least arrest the merchant to question him and give him a chance to repent. Think of those who see him in the streets every day, walking free and unpunished for his crimes. The people appeal to you for justice. We take a -3 to the economy, gain +2 community, and gain 30 BP. Weird that we have literally 0 other options. Like, okay, but if he did commit such crimes so close to my own ascension, have him arrested and attempt to figure out exactly what happened. He'll answer for the selling of the stolen goods, but let's try not to make it too harsh on him. If all he did was move stolen goods from one to another, there may be some other way he can continue to do business here in the barony, just not in the capital. Work with Amiri and with Valeria to ensure that he does not try to escape. I shall order the merchant be detained. Of course, we shall fully investigate all these rumors and get to the truth before we unleash any judgment. Good, Tristan. I'll leave that in your capable hands. Now, I do believe... did it get finished? Yes, it did. So we went from a +3 persuasion to a +5, and my acid spells are now harder to dodge. So that will help. Well, it doesn't really help with that, but it does help with acid arrow. It helps with... And there are some later acid spells that actually have direct DCs, which we do want to get. Let me head back out to the main square and sell off these extra weapons that we don't need. See if we can get a little bit more funds in our treasury. I will admit, I do give them props as well that Owlcat did a great job with Kingmaker of being like, in any other RPG, having 60, 70, 80,000 gold pieces, like, oh yeah, I can buy whatever I want, do whatever I want in the game. Hot damn. In this game, it's like, yeah, I could, until something comes up for my kingdom and I need 60,000 gold just to get it done. All right, we can sell off the Robe of Black Dragon Guile. We're keeping the full plate and the breastplate, but we can get rid of the chainmail and the padded armor. And then we can sell off... do I want to sell off Troll Reaper, is the question. We're going to hold on to Troll Reaper, just in case we need an axe that I can upgrade from there. But we're going to go ahead and sell the longsword, the frost shock mace, and the composite bow. There we go, another 7,000 gold. That will help our kingdom greatly. At least it's actually nice and bright outside. For once. Even though it's 4 in the afternoon. So you'd think it would actually be starting to get a little bit darker, but... especially since it's late in the year. I don't think they actually affected the day, the length of the day, depending on what time of the year it is, but that would be hilarious if they had. Okay. So what else do we have? Yep, Baron granted the advised audience, discuss the matter, increase loyalty. We now have 3 additional projects. Oh dear. Love of the people. Cost of buildings with a static loyalty bonus, that being the Alchemist Laboratory, Bard College, City Hall, Overflowing Spring, Exotic Garden, Herbalist, Magic Shop, Monument Park, Sword Lord Academy, Temple of Caden Kalen, and Town Hall are all reduced by 10. We would need Tristan to do that. It would cost 75 BP in 7 days. What else have we got? We have support the counselor's endeavors, so that would allow us to get loyalty, I believe, up to rank 3. Yes, but we would have to stick around and wait for that to go through. We also have research into the nature of curses with Tartuk, 30 days to solve, and 65 BP in order to do. Unfortunately, is this going to be another one? Yeah, we don't even have a person who can handle that right now, unfortunately. Our divine rank still hasn't increased. We need another 8 points in economy to get that to rank 2. We need 4 more points in military, and we need 5 more points in community. Okay. Well, we do have the money to start going through these. The cost of buildings is reduced by 10. And to be fair, City Hall, Herbalist, Magic Shop, Monument Park, and like Alchemist Laboratory are all pretty common buildings that you build. And Town Hall is definitely going to be very common. Right. Let me see. Related to Dahlia, I'm also going to need you to start working on something else. So hold on. Let me... I want to be... like, we're going to be probably stuck in the town for a little bit. Oh, the ad is going. I need to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. So what exactly do I want her working on next? We have money. We actually have some decent money.
Follow my lead.
What do we... I'm doing pretty okay right now. I have Braces of Armor +4. I've got the Belt of Physical Perfection. I've got the extra bonus to natural armor and my bonus damage on bite attacks. I've got Amulet of Mighty Fist +3, which I'm pretty sure is maxed out right now. Headband of Alluring Charisma +4, which is good. So I don't think I need anything. Jubilos, you have the Acerbic Ring, which deals additional damage with your bombs. There's not much else I can get for you there. Bombardier's Vest, which pretty much exactly what we need. Crabspringer's Gloves, fine. Professor's Hat gives a bonus to intelligence. That's also exactly what we need. You don't need to be doing anything with your combat damage. Devour Metal, we still don't have the feat that allows us to improve weapons, so we can't do anything there. Eyes of the Eagle, we could enchant the Eyes of the Eagle to give a wisdom bonus as well, which would further help Ekun. Not the worst idea. The Belt of Mighty Constitution +4 that he's wearing could also be enhanced with something for that. We could also make a robe for the dog, technically. What would we give it, though? Craft magical item, Lady Daedalus, wondrous item, robe. New. So we can give it... He already has bracers of armor, so there's no point there. Make it give him resilience. He can't cast spells. Feather Step. Wait, what does Feather Step do? I don't even know what Feather Step does. Expeditious Retreat. She can actually upgrade that to a 20 if we really wanted to. So maybe... Okay, so that doesn't seem like it'd be very good for him. He has the Wyvern Skin Cloak, which is natural armor as well. Does that stack with the... Yes, yes it does, because it just boosts natural armor on its own, and then this is natural armor enhancement, I think. No, they're both listed as natural armor enhancement, but for some reason... Oh, hold on, if I take this off... Ah, okay, so it doesn't change anything. Oh, so if that's the case, then what he needs then is an Amulet of Mighty Fists. Okay, okay. We can work with that. We can work with that. Failing that, let me see here. Max dexterity of 1, so you don't need anything there. You already have a +2. You already have a +2. Right, we can do more... So Ring of the Beast King is probably never coming off of Ekun because he's the only person who gets an animal companion, and it's hard to beat a +2 strength, +2 dexterity to your animal companion. So I think the next thing we're going to work on then, go to Ring. I need Ring of the Beast King. Where is it? Ring of the Beast King. We're going to go ahead and put sustenance on that as well. There we go. That'll take about a day. Thank you. Okay. Now, what did we... Oh, I also have to spend time working with Jubilust on this, don't I? That's a 7-day skip, though. Fuck it. We don't have much of a choice. We gotta get these done. We need to get our ranks up. Yep. There we go. Economy has ranked rank 2. There we go. Our investigation found that the cursed wishing well, which the locals believe was the source of the misfortune, is totally harmless and is not troubled by any magic. Dorsey, the rejected fiancé of the local girl, tried to use the well to curse the fae who he had thought had bewitched his bride. The girl, Naita, who used the well to curse her father, also used the well to curse her father. Both of these curses bore fruit, but the well was clearly not the reason. Some other power may have intervened to give the curses their powers. Some other theories are more complex. Perhaps the curses didn't require an binding power at all. Perhaps Naita and Dorsey somehow managed to bring them to life on their own will, though neither of them was a mage. That's all we know for now. Perhaps we shall learn more as our research continues. This research has increased our understanding of arcane and divine magic. We have acquired a deeper understanding of the nature of curses. Yes, which is something that we need to do. A letter has been delivered to our bro. This is the 1-year falliversary? Wow. Well, thank you for being here for a whole year, Tenwin. Yeah, that makes sense. September, mid-September, we had been going through Rogue Trader by about that point last year. Harim mumbles to himself, pulling on his beard, and finally he notices you.
Tarendil, allow me to speak for those who cannot protect themselves in their faith. The priests of Erastil and the priests of the other gods, they've all turned against the ancient faiths that have flourished in the stolen lands, now long since passed into eternity. Their final traces are the ancient shrines and idols which lay hidden among the swamps and woods, symbols of transience and decay. They wish to smash these idols, to destroy them with fire and chisel, all that would remain of the things that must come to an end. Harim strokes his beard broodingly. Whoever it was that once worshipped these idols, their faith deserves our respect. It is your decision, but I would not destroy these ritual sites just because the gods they are devoted to isn't well known. I myself serve such a god, and often decried by more ignorant tongues.
So this will give community and loyalty. This will give access to divine. No, I believe you are correct, Harim. Leave the idols where they stand. If my subjects continue to worship at them, we will not interfere. Just ensure that they do not cause any problems in the future. Should any of these turn out to be heretical cults, I will have no choice but to unleash the guards.
That is the right decision. Thank you.
Community +1, loyalty +2, support the High Priest's endeavors. Thanks. Oh. Your Grace, today a letter from Brevoy was delivered to the castle, written by Fredero Sinet, Paladin of the Order of the Eternal Rose. It appears that Sir Sinet is claiming right to one of your companions who was brought up in his custody. I will leave you to handle this delicate matter. Oh, it's Valerie's quest. Son of a bitch. We're gonna have to go deal with that, aren't we? Yep. The expensive monogrammed paper has a faint, tangy smell. The lines in steady, delicate handwriting are decorated by whimsical curves. My dear Baron Terendil, I write these words with a most heavy heart. The reason I have taken up my quill today will most likely upset you. Quite recently, I heard rumor that a lost soul, once blessed with the mercy of the goddess, has found shelter in your service. I am speaking, of course, of the daughter of one of the most worthy and generous patrons of the Order of the Eternal Rose. I do find it funny that even the members of the church don't ever mention who her father is. Like, they don't even say his name. Who once made the mistake of leaving our ranks. I am deeply convinced that now is the time for her to return to the path destined to her by divine will. I am now traveling to the west, to the place that has been chosen for the site of a new temple of Shellen that will be occupied by one of the younger congregations of our church. I deemed it necessary to diverge slightly from our path with but a singular purpose, to arrive in your lands and collect the Lady Valerie. May this journey be a cleansing pilgrimage for Shellen's chosen, whose judgment was clouded by the impulsiveness of youth. I request that you free Valerie of her vow of service to you, for fate has destined for her to serve one who is above us all. Direct the girl to the trading post that on the border between your barony and the Brevoyans. They will be expecting her with my comrades. I will be expecting her with my comrades. I pray for your wisdom and mercy with deep respect and regards, Fredero Sinet. See, this is the other part of the problem, which I have to agree more with Valerie on, which is no one takes her decision seriously. Like, but you've been chosen by the goddess to be one of her paladins, and in due time. If Shellen herself has not smote Valerie, why the fuck do you all think that you have the authority to say that she's in the wrong? And on this regard, I have to agree with Valerie. It's like, no, I can get why she gets pissed at these people. It must drive her nuts that they cannot even contemplate the idea that she's made her own decision on the matter. Okay, now the High Priest wants us to help. Oh, God. I have to help the Counselor. I have to help the High Priest. I have to help the... we just helped Jubilost with his thing, so that got our economy to rank 2 at least. Which did boost our BP to 35, which is nice. I don't want this shush, we're talking for you. Yes, yes, so like, that angle from Valerie, I totally get. I get why she gets so pissed off about it. I can absolutely understand that one. Trade agreement with Sertova? No, we do not want that. That is a shit one. Someone posted on Reddit, everybody when Space Marines get new models. Someone having posted Savages from Pocahontas because very few people want more Space Marine models over Virtual Faction. Yeah, no, Calgar did not need another update. Like, it's nice to see Cato Sicarius back. I'm not gonna lie, Cato Sicarius is cool. That's fine. He's been without a model for a while, so okay, fine. Cato's back. That's great. They won't let you put his helmet on his head, which is stupid as fuck in my opinion, but hey. The Victrix Guard being back, okay, fine, you know. Emperor's Children have a 3-man elite combat team. Dark Angels have a 3-man elite combat team. Blood Angels have a 3-person elite combat team. Okay, fine. Ultramarines get their Victrix Guard. They now have a 3-person elite combat team. Okay, fine. But did Calgar really need another model? He already got his Primaris size model, and even his model from before he became a Primaris is still really fairly recent and good. Like, did he really need another one? Really? I don't know. It's a bad take in my opinion. Yeah, but you love Space Marines, right? Like, and that's the best thing. I say that as somebody who does like Space Marines. Stop releasing so many Space Marines, for the love of God. Yes, I would like to do this, because this will just give her a straight +1 bonus whenever she's having to deal with things. And I don't have to work with her on that. Are any of these short? 22 days. Ooh, that's still... Ugh. 22 days, 30 days, 8 days. That's 100 BP. It's gonna take 100 weeks to get that back. Fuck. Move on, we'll dispatch troops to watch the trade routes that connect with our capital. Like, it can't even give me a boost to the economy score, really? Like, not at all? Rebuild the Temple of the Elk. That takes 30 days. Pillage the Temple of the Elk takes 7. But we're not doing that. We're not working with the Sertovans. Support the priest, support the counselor. Love of the people. I just don't think this is going to be very valuable. But most people play Space Marines. Yeah, because those are the only ones getting money. I know, we could get into the chicken or the egg situation with that. The cool main faction people are basic, but the fact that they barely update Xenos and Chaos factions doesn't help. Yeah, I know. I know. You're preaching to the choir, Tenwin. After the second round of the big Primaris update, when we got assault intercessors with jump pack, when they finally plugged most of the holes that had been in the old school Space Marine roster, I was being like, okay, that's good. We've got that handled. We'll take a step back. Go ahead and release more, Chaos and Eldar models. And we kind of got a little bit of Eldar. We got a little bit of Votann. We got a little bit of Tau. And then they just decided, no, we need more Space Marine models. Specifically, we need more Ultramarines. Ugh. Like, Dark Angels, we got our new Terminators and Inner Circle Companions. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need nothing else. I don't need nothing else. They take so goddamn long. Why does it take 30 days to fucking... Here's the better question. Why does it take 30 days and the person that I'm having as my counselor has to stay there the entire time to keep an eye on things? Well, we need to do more of this, so... I don't want to do the support stuff just yet, so... Love the people isn't that good. It's 125! But we really need the Divine. We need to get Divine up so that we can start getting Arcane. Because if I remember correctly, I think what it is once you get... Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, it's... Military leads into espionage. You have to get military high enough to get espionage. You need economy high enough to get relations up. Or it's either economy feeds into relations or economy feeds into culture. I can't remember which it is. Community or loyalty feeds into stability. Divine and Arcane are linked. And then whichever one isn't that goes that. Reminds me people complain about Leagues of Votann not getting much lore. Me just going, welcome to being a non-imperial, non-space faction. Yeah. Although... Let's be very honest. The Votann got it worse than others. Like, we're getting our, what, second novel of them this year? Or it was earlier this year, the second novel they've ever had. It's like, even Eldar and Chaos get more than that. Fucking, like, the Tau have had more than that. They're not getting it right now, unfortunately, but they've had more of it in the past, at least. Genestealer cults finally got their first novel, I think either this year or last year, wasn't it? And you would think with them finally having finished the Horus Heresy and the Siege of Terra, we'd finally, okay, let the authors loose, let them write on other factions. But no, now they want to do a series on the Scourging. And it's like, God damn it. Okay, that gets us Arcane and Divine. We can't do that one. That also gets us Arcane and Divine. It's cheaper at the very least. Why does it cost so much money? We do have to get this one done because the Bald Hilltop is, I believe, one of the more important ones. Leader bonus, stat rank, kingdom stat. Okay. Okay, get started on that. It's going to take 30 days. There we go. Yeah, no, he can't. The problem is the fucking... The High Priest has so much shit to do in the early game. Trade agreement with Mivon. That would take all of the rest of our money that we just used, but start it. Anything we can to start getting our economy higher. One of the reasons I was kind of disappointed we got Dark Heresy instead of Black Crusade, because Chaos is such a rare perspective. I know, but also that I think might come down to Games Workshop. Like, Games Workshop was already willing to meddle with Rogue Trader, like, no romance for the Sister of Battle and stuff like that. It wouldn't surprise me if they're like, we want you to do an Inquisitor game. And I agree. I think Dark Heresy would be great. I think it would be amazing. But it's obvious that that's not what they want to do. Or that's not what Games Workshop is willing to pay them to do. 738. So if we do this, we can get this done. Did I have her start? No, she has not started on any crafting projects yet. So what I want you to do then is, can you... Let's go into Wondrous Items. Go into Robe of the Arcane Arsenal. Can you improve your own stuff yet? Knowledge Arcana. She can get it to a +5. She cannot get it to a +6. But a +5 isn't going to change much. What about a helmet? Eyes of the Eagle. Yes, I think that's what we want to do. So that is what is on Ekun right now. So what I want to do is add Wisdom score to that. There we go. 1300. So 375 to put that on. 1300 for that. Can she do 4th level yet? She cannot do 4th level yet. I would assume 1 more level, and or if we can get her that Owl's Wisdom, because unfortunately we just haven't found the spells yet. We could get him a +3. That should be fine. 2,562 gold. Go ahead and do that. It's going to take 2 days. That's fine. Let's go ahead and support the Counselor's Endeavor. We're going to be stuck here a week. That does mean we have unlocked a secondary stat. Very nice. There we go. +1 bonus to resolving any and all problems with the General. Good. Jathal in Fury, Tragedy at the Mine, and Ancient Tradition. Okay. Ooh, invitation to a Celebrate Folk Festival was delivered to the castle. Tristan, we should already be good on stats for loyalty, so let's send Valerie. Ooh, 65% chance. Let's go ahead and throw a crisis point on there. Send Valerie off to deal with that. Tragedy at the Mines. We're going to have to wait till one of those comes done. That's also going to be a higher DC. We have not much time until that goes off. Why does it do this with some of my events? Okay. And then lastly, Jathal's in the throne room throwing a hissy fit. Oh, right. The merchant. Enio, the half-elf merchant who recently appeared in the capital, falls to the floor in front of you. Jathal stands beside him, looking quite unlike her normal self. Usually cold and stiff, the face of the undead elf now burns with rage. Despite his nearness to his furious undead captor, Enio looks concerned but unafraid. If you allow me to speak, I can explain everything. I hope you can, half-blood. Otherwise, she hisses and turns towards you. Have I told you the sad story of my death? It is sad most of all because I do not remember how my life ended. I was wandering, exhausted through the wastelands beyond the borders of Keonin, until I could barely see my path. I stopped to rest, or perhaps I lost consciousness, and when I came to my senses, I heard the call of my goddess returning me from the dead. Was it poison, magic, illness? Whatever stole my life away, it left no trace. I thought this mystery would haunt me forever, but then I entered the shop of this half-blood, seeking some reminder of my homeland, and what did I discover? My very own dagger. She shows you an elven-crafted dagger with a chipped blade and an empty socket, where once gemstones adorned the handle. This dagger disappeared the same night I was taken by death. How could this half-blood have obtained it? Jathal, I am still Lord here. Let him speak. Anger will not help us learn the truth. That is why, she pauses, respecting your authority, I have brought this pathetic huckster here, rather than getting the truth out of him by my own methods. The half-elf slowly rises to his feet and sighs, putting his clothes in order. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Your Grace. The story is not very exciting, certainly, but not as exciting as any tale of drunken regatta with the eye of Abednego. Yesterday, north of the city, I stumbled upon a dead boar that no one was around. The dagger was protruding from the miserable beast's neck. I don't know why the owner would have left it. Perhaps the beast escaped from a hunter, taking along the weapon that had injured it. I inadvertently decided to keep the weapon I'd found, thanking my luck. I never suspected the price I'd pay for it. Where did you find the carcass and the dagger? In the vicinity of the old sycamore. Of course, I'm sure you know where that tree grows. I found the boar just to the west of it, in the direction of the Thorn River. Enio, these are still serious accusations. Are you sure you can say nothing else in your defense? I would be glad if I could, but alas, the bright yellow-green eyes of the half-elf are calm. The dead boar is the only witness, but I believe in your justice, Baron. I have faith that you will investigate my story and sort everything out. Jaethal, if Enio was involved in your death, I don't think he'd be openly offering your dagger for sale. Your words set Jaethal on her heels. She frowns but calms. That is logical. This one would have been a useless fool to have done such a thing, and useless fools do not easily survive the road. Still, his story should be verified. It must be. In any case, the dagger may lead to my killer. Then we will investigate the matter further. We'll check Enio's story and seek out the unfortunate boar. She bows gracefully. I am grateful, and that is important to me. And to you, Half-Blood, should pray for our success, for if you are lying, I have far surer ways to get the truth from you. He's a half-elf. Half-blood. That's why 10 won. Don't forget, she's a pure-blooded elf. Pure-blooded elves often look down on half-elves. Would you look at that? Svetlana sent you a letter. Seems she's worried about old Boken. The letter is very emotional. Alright. Thought she was referring to you. No. Oh, speaking of Boken. I came to tell you I'm doing fine. The folks love their ruler, and it's a beloved baron buys old Boken's potions. He's certainly a worthy alchemist. Here is a gift for you on this occasion. Boken, I just got a letter talking about your health. Boken, get the fuck back here. Letter from Svetlana. Your Grace, I hope that matters... Let me pull this open. Matters of state in this land of ours are indeed all fine and well. What troubles there are don't weigh too heavily upon your mind. I write to ask you to check our local herb doctor. The poor old man is losing his mind. He spends all day and night stooped over his cauldron. He looks about to lash out at anyone, especially those he doesn't know. He even snarls at me and Oleg, which he'd never have let himself do before. Please come and see him before the old codger loses his mind. May Erastil save him. We've no one to turn to but you. Hoping you come as soon as possible. I remain very truly yours, Svetlana Levitt. Great. So now we get to deal with that. What did I upgrade? I don't remember. I don't even remember. There we go. Eyes of the Eagle have been completely upgraded. So if I go over to Ekun. There we go. He's got his wisdom bonus from that now. Very nice. That'll help his spells. I don't think there was anything else we were working on. That also gave him sustenance, so that's easier to work with. Good. So I'm thinking then, was there any other events that we needed to address before we went anywhere? Yep, Jaethal and Fury. Tragedy in the Mine. Valerie is currently working for the next 7 days. Jubilost is almost done, though. So... Oh, I clicked off the screen. Alright, so I think what I want to do then is... Hold on. Because I want to... I don't want to waste too much time when we're crafting items. Who else needs something? That's the question. Are sorcerers half-bloods? No, I think half-blood in this case is very specifically referring to half-elves. Like, I think that is very specifically Jaethal using a slur from Keonan for half-elves. Like, I think that's very, very specific to what she's doing. I think we need some boots of mobility for either Harim or Amiri. The thing is, I'm not planning on taking Harim anywhere anytime soon right now, so I'm probably going to drop him in favor of Tristan. In which case, Tristan needs... He's got the +2 wisdom from that. He's got the +2 dexterity from that. Maybe boosting up Amiri? Could you call a sorcerer half-blood? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Wondrous Ring, give me boots, give me new item, give me movement. How high can you get that? 20? We can go to 20, but not 25. Okay. So what we want then is I want Daedalus to start working on these boots of rageful movement. Oh. Those will be Amiri's boots. That'll be 3,500. That's fine. Take 4 days. Good. So we'll skip 1 day, get Jubilos done with this, and then have him go work on this, and then we will head north to Oleg's post and get that handled. So if we skip 1 day, there we go. Trade agreement has been signed. We now make an additional 1 BP per week, which means, yep, 35 BP per week. That should be going up next week. And then local stone mine has had a rock slide. The stone merchants have jacked up their prices and construction materials are running short. All right, we're going to send Jubilos to go deal with that. He has a 65% chance of success. We're going to go ahead and give him a crisis point. We should be able, and that will give us more economy. Yes, that'll get us just enough. Good. All right, so while that's getting taken care of, let's see. She's almost halfway done with the boots, so we'll get those on the way back. Let me see. We don't need any of that. Drop Harem. We're only going to be going out to deal with the boar and with Oleg's post. So drop Jubilos for right now. Grab Jathal and grab Tristan. Is that who we're going to be taking? Yes. That's fine. We'll go investigate the sycamore tree, and then we'll head up to Oleg's post to talk to Boken, because he apparently decided to bolt on us. As for you, let's go ahead and do that. Bonus Inquisitor spell, level 2. She's going to max out at level 6. Her Inquisitor spells are mostly going to be buffs. So this is her level 8. Should we start boosting her dexterity, maybe? And just keep... I mean, if we're going for a tank build or a frontline build or a ranged build, if we eventually transition to that, Dex is probably the best choice. Okay. And then we give her mobility, lore, religion, and perception. We can also go ahead and grab Flames of the Faithful. That does improve her damage. Weapon of Awe is a good one from what we saw. Grab that. Level 3, Magical Vestment. Suit of armor or shield with an enhancement bonus of +1 per 4 caster levels. That's still pretty decent. See Invisibility Communal is not a bad spell to have in general. Anything that completely stops the enemy from being able to just fuck with us like that is always a good idea. I'm sorry. What dumb bastard is trying to stop me in the heart of my own realm?
That is not far.
Who is it? Who's trying this? Oh, a monitor lizard. Ekun, just
protect.
Please do your job as my hunter and kill him.
Victorious.
There we go. Thank you, Ekun.
As it should be.
27 experience, a bit of meat, and some hide. I know this is a bit of a waste of time, but at the same time, every little bit of experience helps. And I don't like having to leave experience points behind because the game's like, well, you could just avoid the encounter because you've got a high stat roll. Why would I do that? 27 experience times 6 is is a little over 200 experience points. Why would I leave that on the table? I think he said it was west of the Sycamore? I don't remember what he said. So it would be maybe somewhere over here? Hold on. Quest log. Quest log? There we go. Shellen's chosen. Investigate my death. The traveling merchant Ennio claims that he found Jathal's dagger in a dead boar carcass near the old Sycamore. Okay. Didn't say what side of the Sycamore, though, so I don't remember. I mean, I would think... it's either going to be down by the water, because he said it was near the river, or it's going to be over in that wooded section just off to the side of the Sycamore tree. One or the other. I just don't know where. It's a dead body. That's not what we're looking for. Maybe by where the kobolds had their camp? Nope. Oh god, please tell me it's not going to start raining heavily again. There was that tree down here that leads up there, but we already cleared that out.
That is not far.
Oh god, it's going to start raining heavily and lightning bolts and all this bullshit. I don't want to deal with that. Why does this game have weather effects? It does nothing except get in my way. I hate it.
That was easy.
That at least gets us over here. What are we looking at? Come on, it's got to be here somewhere.
All according to plan.
No, not this side. Did he say west? So that would be over here or over here, maybe? God. All right. Yeah. We move faster when the map is open because I guess the game's not rendering it's rendering the lightning strikes and everything, but it's not rendering like the rain effect on everybody. So we're actually moving faster when I do this. Or maybe it just feels that way. And I don't really care. If it feels that way, then it's still better than having to actually... It's getting disgustingly humid, Jathal says, as we are being literally poured down on in rain. Where's this fucking boar? Oh, wait, what? Oh, past it. Alright. Alright. Please grab this and get the hell out of here. Jathal approaches the boar's carcass, carefully examining the ground around it. See? There should be a pool of blood here, but it's not clear. It seems the beast came from somewhere else, already wounded, and then died here, but I can't track the direction. The ground is too rocky. It'd take a troll to leave footprints here. He pulls aside the boar's head and inspects the wound around its neck. The cuts are distinctive, like the kind my dagger would make, but it has a few deep serrations on one side of the blade, so it wounds like a sawtooth weapon on that side. So far, everything backs up the half-elf's story. But now we can find the one... but how can we find the one who stabbed the boar? Akun looks closely at everything around him. Strange place. Anxiety knocks on the door of my mind, but I don't understand where it comes from. There's not much blood around the wound. It almost looks like it was inflicted once the blood had already been curdled, after the beast's death. Astute. As for the wound, it's still very strange. We need more information. Dissection of the carcass might help. Perhaps we'll learn something new. Jathal nods and slowly unpacks a number of tools and items one needs for such work. Together you bend over the carcass of the wild boar. At first, the dissection does not provide many details until you note the small water plants in the boar's stomach. They are also stuck to its muzzle and tusks. It seems that the beast was near water recently. Otherwise, the duckweed in its stomach would already have been digested. The nearest source of water is the Thorn River. Plants like that grow along its backwaters. We must go there and search. She suddenly smiles with the corner of her mouth. She does it in a strange, almost convulsive manner, as if her undead face had long ago forgotten the expression. Amusing. Look for evidence, seek connections. During my service in Kiernan, as before. However, this is the first time I've... Alright, go. Follow the trail to the bank of the Thorn River, which I believe is in a different area.
That is not far.
Yes, new location discovered, Thorn River Bank. So that's not here. Good. Get us the hell out of this rainstorm. Get us out of here. Goodbye. Carly, welcome. Is that a new chatter? It is a new chatter. Welcome, welcome. So wait a second. Where exactly? Well, that's great. How about you give me a follow when you get the chance? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mm-hmm. I don't even remember what's in this area. Hold on. Let's be a little bit careful with this. Kristen, go ahead and give me a buff, please. Thank you. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw out Bone Fists. There we go.
What's that?
And would you look at that? Traps. Oh, traps. I didn't bring anybody with... Fuck! I didn't bring anybody with trickery. Son of a... Aggravation. Aggravation. Mucho aggravation.
We will prevail!
Well, let's kill these boars and make myself feel a little bit better. Kristen, go ahead and give Blessing of the Faithful to Amiri. Yep. I can do... Really? Oh god, your movement speed isn't very long either. That's fine.
Strike as one.
Valerie. Miri, can you charge him? No. Go. Move up. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. Ekun is probably going to... I have to go all the way around in order to attack it. Oh, and I did not have claws active, so I didn't do as much damage. Shit. Poke. Okay, Ekun will flinch him off. There we go. Skin the boars. Thank you.
In due time.
I don't have anybody with trickery. Do I run back and... Oh, God. I would have to probably drop Tristan and grab Jubilost. I mean, to be fair, I probably shouldn't bring Tristan on her missions anyway, because I'm pretty sure these two get into a fight eventually if you're not careful. One moment. Well, I was hoping to do Valerie's quest before we ended today, but that doesn't appear like it's going to happen. Alright. Run back down to the town real fast. And then we should be able... No, don't enter. Just swap out. Grab Jubilost. There we go. There we go. Much better.
That is not far.
Okay. Jubilost, I would appreciate it if you would deal with this. Please don't blow us up.
Child's play.
Thank you. What are we dealing with here? DCs of 18. Okay, yeah. As long as we don't critically fail, we're fine.
You see that?
Thank you for spotting that, Amiri.
What's that?
Thank you, Amiri. Oh, would you look at that?
You can thank me now.
That's one trap. That's another. Let's make sure this area is clear before we go walking up to them. Now, the question is that... So my character is lawful evil, but he does have an emphasis on family. Like, that was something that was in this character's backstory for when I made him for the tabletop game. So I know, if I remember enough about Jathal's story, he's not actually going to be on her side for a good chunk of it because, well, quite frankly, Jathal takes the whole lawful evil thing and goes borderline lawful stupid with it. Let's hunt this thing first.
You cannot stand against
Oh, good.
me.
Single shot. Rolls eyes. In what way? Oh, are you talking about the bot? Like, let's be honest, that's what it was. It's always a bot. Or are you talking about what I'm talking about with my character backstory, Tenwin? It's hard to tell. Alright, they're dealt with. Oh, don't set them off just yet. Don't set them off. Oh, the bot, yeah. As I said, I mean, in some ways, yeah, those are worse than the ones that I just ban outright. Because they're annoying. They make me think for a split second that somebody's actually coming in to talk to us, and nope, it's just more bullshit. I need to get Siribot online, because supposedly Siribot's really good about catching people, like accounts that have been banned from everywhere because they're bots. So it just automatically blinds them rather than you having to do anything. Yeah. You will not take our lives, monster! Oh, and then they're attacking us for no... I love how they see a group of people, they see Jathal, and they're immediately like, nope, we want to kill her. And unfortunately, I rolled exceptionally low on the initiative, so this is not good. Oh, right. He has that. That's funny. Well, I would really appreciate... Let me see what we have here. We've got range users. We've got a bard back there. And some meleeers. Well, go after that one, please. There you go. Knock him over. Jubilost. Fast ones is on. Go ahead and give me... Go ahead and hit that bard, please. Yep, he's down. No buffs for you. Then I would appreciate it if you went after the rogue. You're gonna go... Yep, he's going after Valerie. Nice try. Jathal, if you would please. There we go. Stab him in the face. Ekun, go after their archer back there, please. But to get back to my point, the whole thing with my character is he is still very protective of his family. When I wrote him up for the tabletop game. So I would very much against Jathal's whole thing with like, oh yeah, I just killed family members for it. It's like, that's really fucking dumb. That's really fucking dumb. Mary, please go up and smack his face. Thank you. Dog, please attack him. Oh, wow, that didn't knock him over. Surprising. Shoot the elf.
Ever learn?
Oh, we missed.
Onwards!
Shank. A lot of characters can be really dumb. I know. I'm not even saying that Jathal's a bad character, just that in this particular case, her version of lawful evil and my version of lawful evil are not going to align. In some games, in some level, it is a common theme in Pathfinder
That
games.
is not far.
Well, to be fair, if characters can be allowed to be dumb. It's just that, again, it's certain areas that I would not... there's going to be areas of evil that my character does not agree with Jathal on. Jathal freezes in front of the dead elven girl. It's hard to read anything on her face, but her posture suggests tension, the trembling force of a slightly stretched bowstring. Such a lovely child, looking so much like my Mortalara. Even death could not twist her beauty. With a blank look in her eyes, Jathal passes her hand above the girl's body. The feeling of an oppressive force, cold and painful, becomes nearly physical. A convulsion passes through the body of the dead girl. With a quiet moan turning into a cry, the corpse opens her eyes and rises. Jathal looks at her in amazement, as if she is surprised by what she's done. Animating the dead. I had no idea you could do that. I never knew this side of my power. Something has awakened. Perhaps the ability to share Ugathoa's gift. Jathal studies her newly created undead with the look of a sculptor contemplating her creation. Withering under this stare, the undead girl begins to tremble. What have you done? What have you done to me? What is this? I saved you from oblivion, you and all your beauty, you foolish child. Now you bear the mark of Agotha as a gift, just as I do. You are undead, if you prefer the word used by uncomprehending narrow minds. No. It is better I follow my friends into death than become an undead creature. An unnaturally strong convulsion shakes the girl's body. She glares at the two of you. I beg you for mercy. She doesn't have a heart, but you're different. You're still alive. Let me die. Put me out of my misery. Why did you attack us? The wide eyes of the elven girl are filled with confusion. It was self-defense. The Wanderer warned us that this monster was chasing us. The elf points her the icy calm Jathal. He told us that she sought new sacrifices. Everyone in Keonan knows that she killed elves for the sake of a damned goddess, and she still managed to get away with it. Walked free into exile. If we had known that she would track us down, we never would have left the forest. Who was this Wanderer who claimed that Jathal was chasing you? She's done no such thing. We knew him as the Wanderer, but it's only a nickname. I don't know his true name. He was a half-elf. My friends knew him. They said that he has a Wanderer's soul that takes him from place to place. I'd seen him a couple of times in Keonan, and recently I'd seen him on the road. He caught up with us to warn us of the danger. Brown hair and yellow-green eyes like a cat. Please, I don't know anything else. Release me from this. Every moment in this body drives me mad. Jathal, what were your plans for this poor girl? Oh, I will not harm her, and I will not let her harm herself. She is frightened, does not understand the gift she has received. Elves live long lives, but we are still subject to time. Only the gift of Agotha can shield us from that. Eternal life, eternal youth, eternal immortal beauty. Can anything else be compared to that? Jathal says the last word, thoughtfully, as if the answer is not entirely clear to her. I hope, Jathal, that you feel sorry for the senseless death of this unfortunate girl and wish to help her in your own way, and that you're not just entertaining yourself as you usually do. I can't believe I say this, but I agree with the corpsey one. Everyone can fall down and die. You don't need no bravery or brains for that. If you fall, you get up and move on. I've done it a lot, and I bet this elf would be able to get up too if she put herself together. Too bad to be undead. Well, worse to be really dead or when you give up. How can I frame this as a lawful evil choice? Oh, I think I've got it. Jathal, you swore yourself to me in my service, and I have not released you from such an oath, nor have you asked for it to be rescinded. And yet you have gone ahead and done through your own power the creation of an undead that you cannot control, nor can you guarantee would serve me and my realm in the same way you have. This is too much of a high danger. In the future, you will either ask for such permission, or you will leave my realm before you go creating undead without my permission. Your goddess may have granted you this power, but I am the one who holds whether you can actually utilize it in my realm or not. I will not have undead randomly wandering the realm simply because you decided to indulge in your curiosity. Rescind it from her. Now. I cannot disobey my patron and master of these lands, though I hope that you will not make a habit of disposing of valuable resources like that. Such waste is bad for both ruler and subject. I'm sure that someone laid a false track straight to the elven camp and convinced the elves that we were hunting them. Everything points to this. And we know who did it, do we not? A sudden appearance, a dagger, a false trail, the half-blood will have many questions to answer. I will start with, why did you kill me? And I will finish with, how pathetic do you feel now, having failed twice to send me on the way to oblivion? If Enio has deceived us both, if Enio really has deceived us both, then he has forced us to shed the blood of travelers who are under the protection of my realm. He will be made to pay. See, now we both have something to ask the half-blood. This will be amusing. Let us return to the capital.
As it should be.
And may as well strip the bodies. Ooh, a enchanted elven curved blade. Not bad. And some basic equipment. Bear's endurance. Very nice.
All according to plan.
Nothing else? Oh, wait, no. There's some packs still in the camp. Ah, there we go. Some camping gear. Nice. And scroll of remove sickness and some gems. Like, I think I made a pretty convincing argument as to why a lawful evil character would tell Jaethal to remove the undead. My character's in the process of establishing a barony, having a necromancer running around raising dead who is supposedly sworn to me, but is creating intelligent undead that she cannot guarantee that she can control. Sounds like the absolute recipe for disaster if one is not careful. Okay, let's go. Do we return to the throne room? Because I'm imagining... surely my guards were not stupid enough to let Enio go back out onto the streets, right? We've received a letter from Brevoy concerning the trading post. As expected, Sword Lord Jamandi is both perplexed and grieved by your decision to take the trading post away from Restov. Still, you should probably read the letter yourself. Let me see. Frankly, I didn't expect this from you. Such an outrageous deed casts a dark shadow on your future affairs with Restov. Are you really in such a state of extreme poverty that you're ready to start a feud with your ally over the right to collect taxes from a shabby trading post? Many newly minted nobles have lost their titles, lands, and even their very lives simply because they've lacked the will to get rid of old habits. You should remember you are not a thug who can snatch someone's purse and dissolve into the crowd. The ones you rob will always remember the location of your capital. Lord Mayor Selenius was furious. It took me a lot of effort to talk him out of retaliating, but my influence has its limits. May your health remain strong, Sword Lord Jamandi Eldori. Well, then you should not have trespassed into my lands, now should you? Nonetheless, if the rights are still held by a citizen of Restov, I will not cross swords with an ally. We will send them a sum of gold as compensation, and we will bury this matter properly. I'm glad to hear you still value the friendship of the Eldori, Your Grace. Restov is bound to accept a financial compensation. Document was read, added to the archives. Diplomatic crises. Stop paying taxes to Restov. It's time to make amends before relations will become worse. Requires +3. Yeah. This will actually boost our relations, which is actually what I want. We can't do anything about it now because they are both still working. 5 days until she's done with that, so there's nothing else we can do. Is Enio supposed to be outside then? Because he should have been left here. Keston, did you do anything? No? Alright, do I have to just head back out into town? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah. Come on, game. Come on. Come on, load up my capital. It's not that hard. You've done it 1,000 times already. Although you actually did it with bright light, which is nice for once. Yep, she's gone. Yep, he's gone. He fled, as I expected. Jaethal touches the boxes that hold the merchant's wares. Her moves seem relaxed until you notice that her fingers are tense and bent like the claws of a predator. 1 second. Sorry about that. Had to clear my throat. It's pointlessly illogical. Those children of the woods could hardly have been expected to kill us. Why the performance? There must be something. She freezes. In an instant, she pulls a note from Enio's wares, glances at it, and silently hands it to you. The only phrase on the note, no way out, and the image of a spiral comet in place of a signature. The symbol of Pharasma, Lady of Graves, who holds Yurgathoa in disfavor. The most faithful of her followers often seek out undead to exterminate. True, a conflict of faith. If Ennio is a follower of Pharasma, he's a cowardly one. First he attacks me while I was unconscious, then he tries to kill me by proxy. Is there something I'm missing? Whatever he believes, he has no right to lie and drag my people unwittingly into his holy war. He has made a mockery of my court and of my promise to keep the roads safe within this region. Perhaps he is both fanatic and fool, then. He struck me down like a coward in the waist, only to see me rise again with renewed strength. Then he used those unfortunate youngsters against me, only to fail again. A lack of scruples can be a strength, but not if one lacks will. I thank you for this aid, Baron, and I will not distract you further. I will seek out this amateur backstabber and inform you immediately of any news. If the half-blood wants to dispatch me to his goddess, let him do it in person. It seems that Ennio disappeared, leaving his more cumbersome belongings behind. It's a shame that we don't then just get to take all of his items, but eh. Yep, no way out in place of a... Yeah, it's the exact same one that we just read. Okay.
Follow my lead.
Let's go ahead and drop off some supplies with Hasuf. Go ahead and give him those, give him the meat. Keep those letters just in case. Nothing we want to sell there, nothing we want to sell there. Don't want to sell any of those. Don't want to sell those. Gonna need to drop them off then. Nobody used the elven... Oh, Jathal's old dagger. Elven made, once beautifully decorated, but now most of the gemstone sockets are empty and the blade is jagged on one side. Kind of useless, but I'll let Jathal keep it. Let's go ahead and sell all their equipment. Nobody uses the Elven Curb Blade. As cool as the Elven Curb Blade is, it's one of the best weapons for a crit build for two-handed weapons. Because goddamn, 18 to 20 critical hit modifier right out of the gate, and you can increase that further. Really good fucking choice. All right, go ahead and give me that 1,300 gold. Yep.
That is not far.
All right, we need to leave. We have just enough time that I think we can get up to Oleg's post, but we're not going to be able to do Valerie's quest, because that is a annoying-ass fight in the worst way possible. So we're going to leave that, put that in the chest. We're going to drop Jathal, re-grab Tristan. All right, and then we want to quickly head back up to Oleg's. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Traveling through the lands, nobody to stop us. I dare any bandits to try it. I'll tear their heads off, bite into their throats. Yeah, I didn't think so. None of you bastards wanted to even try it, did you? Okay. I don't think we have time, mainly because... So I think it triggers the second you walk through there. Oh, nope, there he is. Okay, hold on. We're gonna need a hard save here. Maybe we can do this? Maybe we can do this if we do this fast enough?
I am your shield.
Valerie, we're gonna need buffs on you. We're gonna need a lot of buffs on you. So what have we got?
You?
What do we have to throw on you? Not much, actually. Not much at all. Alright, well, let's start with Bless.
Depend on me.
Akun, I want you to... None of those are going to help him. That's a personal spell, so that's not going to help either. Shit. We really don't have much that I can actually give her to help. Go ahead and throw a blur on her. There we go. Throw an aid on her. Throw a heroism on her.
Give the
And then
order.
Valerie, I want you to go ahead and... Nope, Bless Weapon is actually not going to work because they're not evil. I do want you to throw Blade Tutor on, though.
Ready for anything.
That's a personal spell. That's a personal spell. I don't think I have anything that I can offer her. Oh, no, I can give her Fly. That'll give her an additional dodge bonus against enemies on the ground. Excuse the ad, please. And then Valerie, I need you to open up this. Let me see, what do we have? Scroll of Aid. she can't use these, but hold on. I want to see what else what we can use on her. Oops, no, not that. Scroll of Shield. She can't use that, and she can't use any of those. Shield of Faith isn't going to work. Remove that. Isn't going to work. I could give her Enlarged Person, which actually wouldn't be the worst idea. Protection from Chaos, Protection from Evil, Protection from Good, I believe. Protection from Law, I believe, is actually the best choice. So if we go over to Kristen, throw that on there. We're going to be casting that. Scroll of Long Arm doesn't really help her. Brave Enfeeblement, Reduce Person, Remove Blindness, Remove Fear. Magic Fang doesn't help her. Lend Judgment, Scroll of Invigorate. What does even that do? No, it doesn't help. Freedom of Movement doesn't help. Frostbite. Your melee touch attack deals 1d6 points. Target is fatigued. No, that's not going to help her. Scroll of Haste. Nope. Hurricane Blow. Nope. Expeditious Retreat isn't going to help. Eagle Splendor isn't going to help. Divine Favor she can already do. Dazzling Blade isn't going to help. Blade Lash isn't going to help. Shield of Faith isn't going to help. Remove Curse isn't going to help. Remove Blindness. Reduce Person. Displacement. Now that we can just put in her thing, so we can get that right away. Eagle Splendor, that would give her a little bit more there. Enlarged Person works. Fox's Cunning isn't going to work. She already has Heroism. Invisibility, Mage Armor. Okay, so I thought I had some... Oh, there they are. There's the rest of my potions. She already has Blur on, and that lasts for the next 15 minutes. That's fine. Bark Skin, go ahead and use that. She already has Aid. Maybe we can do this? Or we're actually past the 4-hour mark, so we might just save this for next time. Because this is... You have to win this, and it is so goddamn annoying. So we're going to save that for next time. First things first, tomorrow we will deal with Valerie's quest, and then we will go talk with Boken. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Let's go find somebody to raid real fast, and we will finish up for today. Thank you all for being here. It means a lot. Who is on right now? Do-do-do, do-do-do. Lots of people are on. Oh, WBPL, the Black Pants Legion. Looks like they are... Oh, no, it looks like they're finishing. Never mind. Never mind. Hold on. That or they're not doing something. I can't tell. I have no idea who this is, but I like their look, and I think I've seen their name before. Fuck it, we're gonna raid into them if they let us. I have no idea who Whiskey Project is, but that looked fun. And I like they're doing like a really derpy looking anime avatar, so we're gonna go with that. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. We will be doing more Pathfinder tomorrow, so I hope to see you then. Until then, I hope you have a glorious rest of your day, and hopefully the beginning of your week goes well. I'm hoping mine will too. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.